Going to answer the stupid question. The best-selling toy, this best-selling toy of the 90s, created by black inventor Lonnie Johnson, was originally called the Power Drencher. And what is it called now? That's the question we have, and we're going to go to Joe and see if we can get the answer. Yo, Joe, good morning, man.
Good morning.
All right, Joe, the Power Drencher is now called what?
The Super Soaker?
Yeah. You got it. Hang on, Joe.
Flirted with the Peter North, but
you got yourself a 4-pack of tickets for Harry Potter, the exhibition. Something magical is coming to Philadelphia. Harry Potter, the exhibition, makes its world premiere debut this Friday at the Franklin Institute. Tickets are now on sale at fi.edu.
You're going to go, right?
We have, there's a special press screening of it on Thursday, and I'm going. So
nice.
I'm excited. I'm reading Half-Blood Prince right now, so I'm most of the way through the series. So, yeah, I'm all in on this. I'll give you guys a review after I go. All right, we're going to dive into the entertainment stories. The family of late cinematographer Helena Hutchins has filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Alec Baldwin for the rust shooting that resulted in her death. Lawyers for the family also released a disturbing animated reenactment of what happened that day.
It is pretty weird. It looks like a video game.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
The suit claims that the failure to follow safety standards led to Hutchins' death, including the appearance of live ammo on set. And while Baldwin has previously claimed that he only pulled back the hammer and did not pull the trigger on the gun that killed Hutchins, Brian Panish, one of the family's lawyers, said, "I think it's clear what happened. Alec had the gun in his hand. He shot it. Helena was killed. The gun cannot fire unless the trigger is engaged and the hammer is back." There are many. Was the person holding the weapon but for him shooting, she would not have died.
Yeah, you remember his explanation on that ABC interview, which I think probably half the world said you shouldn't be doing this interview, but he explained how it went off, and it didn't make any sense. It's like, why? How would the gun discharge at that point? And the video, again, or the animation is pretty chilling, but it's, again, from their point of view, what they're saying happened. So
yeah, I mean, listen,
it's going to go on for a long time.
The dude did not mean to kill her, obviously, and but
I mean, they'd be trying him for a reckless death as opposed to an intentional murder, homicide.
Yep. The family's lawyers also claim that Baldwin refused proper weapons training and said that the industry standard requires the crew to be behind protective glass during such a scene. Baldwin's lawyers released a statement on Tuesday following news of the lawsuit denying the claims that he was reckless, saying that those claims were entirely false. Speaking of lawsuits, the family of Bob Saget filed a lawsuit in Orange County, Florida yesterday in an attempt to stop the release of medical records related to the investigation into his death. The lawsuit filed by Saget's widow, Kelly Rizzo, and his 3 daughters names Orange County Sheriff John Mina and the medical examiner's office as defendants. The suit argues that the further release of Saget's medical records would cause the family to suffer irreparable harm in the form of extreme mental pain, anguish, and emotional distress. Additionally, the family argues that that no public interest would be served by the release of Saget's records to the general public. He had fractures to the back of his head and around his eyes at the time of his death, according to the autopsy. Saget was also COVID-19 positive at the time of his death, the autopsy had noted. So they were saying that, it was pretty severe how bad his head was hit. And a commentator had said something along the lines, yes, like a baseball bat could cause that type of thing. But clearly there was no sign of struggle. There wasn't anything like that.
Don't know how it happened, or and we may never know.
Yeah, but the family have been overwhelmed, they said, with the incredible outpouring of love from his fans, saying that the support has been a great comfort to them. And now that we have a final conclusion, they said, from the authorities' investigation, we felt it only proper that the fans hear those conclusions directly from us. As we continue to mourn together, we ask everyone to remember the love and laughter that Bob brought us to this world and the lessons he taught us all, to be kind to everyone, to let people you love know you love them, and to face difficult times with hugs and laughter. Questions surrounding Saget's cause of death increased after the extent of his injuries were detailed in the autopsy report. But Mina had said that we do not believe that he was struck by anything.
I mean, nothing indicates that.
No signs of a struggle or anything like that. So, but they just want to put it to rest. He's gone. It looked like it was a horrible accident, and they just want to leave it at that.
You don't want to have this thing constantly living on as these different theories evolve. I mean, obviously they want to get to the bottom of whatever happened, but I don't know if that's possible.
Right. Following Kanye West's bombardment of posts to Instagram over the weekend and into Valentine's Day, West said he is taking accountability for his action.
Yay!
Many people took to Twitter to condemn West's behavior, saying that it was textbook harassment and abusive. And on Tuesday, West posted a photo of himself on stage to Instagram and wrote, "I know sharing screenshots was jarring and came off as harassing Kim." He said, "I take accountability. I'm still learning in real time. I don't have all the answers. To be a good leader is to be a good listener."
Poopity scoop, everyone.
He also apologized for using all caps, making it seem like he was screaming.
Yeah.
He
Just
said,
in general, don't do that.
He said, "I'm working on my communication. I can benefit from a team of creative professionals, organizers, mobilizers, and community leaders. Thank everybody for supporting me." That is one of the most coherent things that I've heard him say.
I know.
Because somebody else wrote it.
Well, the point was made. Well, the point was made. Nick, I think you brought it up yesterday. He clearly, and he's mentioned it, he has a bipolar situation going on.
Yeah, and so he'll do really salient, smart things, and then it's balanced and counterbalanced by the insane stuff. And so, like, when you're going through a bipolar episode, you should get that hell off of social media.
Yeah.
You know, like everything that he's doing in respect, because yesterday or the day before, he also posted this text that Kim had sent him. And, you know, like, that's awful. And that was a private communication. And he put it out there for, you know, his fans to see. Like, it's just bad. And so engaging on social media in times like this is just should be avoided.
As expected, Spider-Man No Way Home beat out Avatar to become the third highest grossing film at the domestic box office on Tuesday. The film has a running total of $760.988 million. Valentine's Day helped make it official as the film brought in $1.6 million from 3,300 theaters. The top two highest grossing films at domestic box office are currently Star Wars The Force Awakens. That has $936 million, and Avengers Endgame, which is $858 million. Deadline reports that it's unlikely Spider-Man No Way Home will catch up to those two, but third is a pretty damn good spot.
It's damn good.
Yeah. Jennifer Lopez dropped hints about what kind of engagement she wants during a recent appearance. She said, "I love public displays of romance. I don't know what I would. I don't know that I would love a proposal."
Hey, wait a second. She's got a movie out called Marry Me. This dovetails nicely with that, Preston.
Well, I think she was asked about it.
Oh, okay, all right.
And she said, "I think that's a more intimate thing between two people, but I have no problem with PDA. I'm actually all about it if you really feel it."
What about DVDA?
She didn't comment on that. She said, "But I do think a proposal is kind of intimate, sacred thing that should be just between two people. When you're about to pledge your lives to each other, that's a big deal. Perhaps Ben will take note." A source told Entertainment Tonight
Tell me, do you want to be my wife? You will.
that the pair are open to the possibility of getting engaged and married.
He's very intense.
Ben and Jen are so in love, they said their loved ones would not
Will
be...
you be my wife? You will
not be surprised if Ben pops the question.
Okay, went to Steven's hair.
Yeah,
Like
well-
that. Yeah, it's a good cut, right?
We'll see if they end up doing it. I loved seeing this morning. He's been a long-time admirer of the Muppets, and Brett Goldstein, also known as Roy Kent from Ted Lasso, recently brought one of his dreams to fruition when he dropped by Sesame Street and jumped in the trash can next to Oscar the Grouch.
That's perfect.
Yep. The 41-year-old Ted Lasso star joked that the green trash dweller was a kindred spirit to him in a tweet after the official Sesame Street account shared a short clip featuring him. In the video, Big Bird walks past a trash can and recycling bin filled with Brett and Oscar. He pauses the song that he's singing to himself to say to the two, "Isn't it a beautiful day?" And then they just kind of disappear into their trash cans. On Twitter, he said, "I met a kindred spirit the other day. I told him we had a lot in common, and he told me to scram." On Instagram, Brett shared several photos of himself getting to meet several of the classic Sesame Street Muppets, including Big Bird, Bert and Ernie, and Cookie Monster, as he betrayed a rare smile in the photos. He had began the caption saying, "Brett, how would you show the best day of your life using only photos? I finally found my way to Sesame Street, and all you have to do is ask through the medium of song, and it was more wonderful than I could have imagined. Everyone was so funny and brilliant and friendly and kind. I managed to Get to say hi to all the residents except Snuffleupagus, who is sleeping, although I saw him sleeping and he snores less than you would think.
This is adorable. They're both in the garbage can. So they both should have said F you. Wouldn't that have been great?
That would have been great.
Yeah.
Truly a beautiful cast and crew that fill the whole street with all the love you could wish for. Special thanks to Elmo and Grover and Big Bird and Oscar and Cookie Monster. Sorry if I scared you.
That's great.
Isn't it great?
I love it. And then at the end, they'd both go down into their trash cans.
Yep. Goldstein added that the episode he appeared on would be broadcast later in 2022 on Sesame Street. It airs its first run episodes on HBO Max before they get a second time on PBS. In 2020, he had actually admitted in an interview with Esquire that working with the Muppets was one of his biggest dreams. He said, "That's my ultimate goal, is to work with Muppets." He said, "I do that, and then I'm dead." He even took his love of the Muppets to the stage when he put on a 6-minute one-man version of the Muppet Christmas Carol, which mostly consisted of him singing the songs from the film. So although you can see him on Sesame Street, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer for Ted Lasso. The Apple TV Plus series co-creator and actor Brendan Hunt said earlier in February that a football-like wrinkle related to when the cast and crew can film scenes on the field is holding up production, and viewers should expect season 3 to premiere late in 2022 after the start of filming was delayed.
Have you ever seen that video about the effects of Ted Lasso, about the stadium, about everything that they're doing, about everything that's actually not even there?
Oh, yeah.
It's a mind blower because it looks so good.
I thought I sent it to you guys. It's fascinating how
I need to see it.
they digitally put all of those people behind
Everything.
them.
Yeah.
And there's Steve, like occasionally there's like 3 people in seats for like 1,000 or whatever.
Right.
But the way they do, they don't even like repeat those people. There's so much care put into these digital effects. It's impressive.
It is
That's
amazing.
awesome.
Yeah.
All right, this is great. Olympic great Simone Biles said that it was the easiest yes when her fellow elite athlete Jonathan Owens popped the question on Valentine's Day.
Will you be my wife?
No, Batman wasn't there.
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was,
What are you doing here?
it was Jonathan Owens.
They look like a cute couple. He is huge.
Yeah.
And of course, she's
tiny.
Tiny.
Yeah.
She's in spectacular shape, but dear God.
The gymnast had posted on Instagram, "I can't wait to spend forever and ever with you. You're everything I ever dreamed of and more. Let's get married, fiance."
Somebody's getting married.
They did a very cute thing, Preston. She worked out a routine on his member and performed it there. It was just incredible.
Biles and Houston Texans safety Owens have been dating for nearly 2 years. He took a knee and in a set of photos. The most decorated gymnast of all time shared on Twitter and Instagram. They were in a gazebo, and Biles was dressed all the way up in a black mini dress and heels. Owens beamed as he placed a substantial rock on her finger.
On his knee, he's almost as tall as she is.
Yeah, you're right. You're totally correct about that. I guess maybe they were headed out to dinner or something like that because they're both dressed really, really nice.
That's the way I hang around.
Most engagement photos had the two celebrating with a kiss and at dinner, and close-up of the two holding hands displaying Biles' oval-shaped diamond ring.
I'm a sucker for, when you see an engagement going on or you happen to be walking around.
It's great.
And it's wonderful. The only one I can't stand is when they do it on The Bachelor. The Bachelor, the proposals are so nauseating.
Yep.
I saw people, a couple taking their wedding pictures when we were in Chicago. And I stopped
Oh, my God.
and I have a picture of them in my phone. I have no idea who they are, but I was like, oh, look, it's so cute.
Kathy, we walked out on this pier out on the Lake Michigan, and we saw 5 different people getting married in Chicago when we were there. And
Really?
Yeah, it must be the most popular spot in Chicago. And it was, I think, the Saturday. It was probably when you and Marissa were stuck on your travels on the way back. But yeah, there were so many different wedding parties. It was amazing.
It's one of the it pops up constantly. It's always in the Twitter feed. Is the wedding post-wedding picture on Broad,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, towards City Hall.
With City Hall in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great spot.
Chevy Chase told CBS Sunday Morning this week that he, quote, doesn't give a crap about headlines and former co-stars painting him as problematic on set. Chase's behavior has been described by co-stars as racist, misogynistic, and horrific over the years, but the Saturday Night Live veteran and comedy icon does not seem to care. He said, responding when asked if stories about him being a jerk are unfounded, he said, "I guess you'd have to ask them. I don't give a crap. I am who I am, and I like who I am, and I don't care. And it's part of me that I don't care."
You remember when we had the interview with him, Preston, and now it was on the phone. But we were talking before, like, what are we going to get?
Yeah, what are you
going to
get today?
And he was really good.
He continued on to say, and I've thought about that a lot, and I don't know what to tell you, man. I just don't care. Donald Glover, who starred opposite Chase on the NBC sitcom Community, told The New Yorker in 2018 that Chase repeatedly made racist jokes on the set. According to the profile, Chase often tried to disrupt his scenes with Glover by making racial cracks between takes, one of which was the following. He would say, people think you're funnier because you're black. Community creator Dan Harmon said at the time, Chevy was the first to realize how immensely gifted Donald was, and the way he expressed his jealousy was to try and throw Donald off. I remember apologizing to Donald after a particularly rough night of Chevy's non-PC verbiage, and Donald said, I don't even worry about it. Glover interpreted Chase's racist cracks as the comedian thrashing in the water. He said, I just saw Chevy as fighting time. A true artist has to be okay with his reign being over, and I can't help him if he's thrashing in the water, but I know there's a human in there somewhere. He's almost too human. Chase responded to Glover by saying that he was saddened to hear that he had perceived him in that light. Pete Davidson had called Chase a, quote, effing douchebag in 2018 after Chase criticized the current SNL cast. Davidson added, F Chevy Chase. He's just a genuinely bad, racist person, and I don't like him. He's a putz.
Do you know what's weird about this is that, like I know he has this scumbag thing, and he also has his supporters. So, and then if all Chevy ever did is what Chevy has done on film, that's enough. The legacy's secured.
As Us Weekly notes in 2002, a book called Live from New York, An Uncensored History of Saturday Night Live includes several anecdotes about Chase's problematic behavior. Will Ferrell called Chase, quote, the worst host after the latter's 1997 SNL appearance. And he said, I don't know if he was on something or what, if he took too many back pills that day or something, but he was just kind of going around the room and systematically riffing. He said when he got to one of our female writers, he made some reference like, well, maybe you should just give me a handy later on. And I've never seen Lorne Michaels more embarrassed and red in my life.
Wow.
So he's, he flies off the handle, man.
Well, you remember his roast. There was, when they were roasting him, there was a point where you're like, this is really not in jest, is it?
Right.
Yeah, this is really, these are people getting a chance to vent.
I think about, who he's become, and he really just hasn't changed that much. But you look at somebody like Bill Murray, who has evolved over the years, and Bill seems like he's in a much happier, calmer, nicer place.
Oh, yeah, Bill Murray had a whole collection of horrible stories.
People were angry with him for a long time, and he was a bad co-star, and people didn't like working with him on movies and stuff. But it seems now like he's a better person. I don't think Chevy really cares to be a better person.
Right.
He just is who he is.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Get off my lawn.
Yep. Paige Davis. Steve sent me this story. Paige Davis, the old host from Trading Spaces, is opening up about the stigma of experiencing pain during sex and her road to getting a diagnosis. She searched for answers for 30 years and kept it a secret from her husband for most of their relationship. She said, when I have intercourse, I feel like my vagina is on fire. She said, I feel like somebody went in and put 1,000 paper cuts around my opening.
Can you imagine that?
She said it never felt good at all. And after years of searching for a diagnosis, she finally found a doctor who was able to give her a diagnosis after 30 years of searching. It is called pudendal neuralgia.
I have that on toast.
Neuralgia. Which is a long-term pelvic pain that originates from damage or irritation of the pudendal nerve.
So right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. The description of paper cuts in that area
Oh, my God.
is, imagine that. It'd be
said-
hard to get excited for intimacy.
Talking about her doctor, she said she told me that she had many patients experience the exact pain and challenges I was describing. Not only do they share my physical pain, but have undoubtedly experienced some of the same emotional pain, feeling broken or feeling like you have to perform or no one will want you.
Yeah.
She now wants to break the stigma of sex pain. She said, who wants to tell the first date, oh, by the way, when we have sex, I'm going to be in massive pain. But that's cool, right?
Right.
She said about women being taught to enjoy sex and please their partner. She said, when we were first married, we were taught that he thought that I loved sex, and guess what? I don't. It really hurts. You feel broken, and you feel like you're not normal. She said, I was always blown off by the doctors. They told me to just relax, that there's just not enough studies out there, and people need to start talking about it. She also has a message for younger women. She said they don't have to go into performative mode to ignore this problem. I don't want it to be this secret, shameful thing that like your vajayjay is broken. No, so you're just not that good of a woman. And I want women who are older like me to not give up. There is hope, and you can feel better if you find the right specialist. You're not crazy. It's not in your head. It's not your fault, and it can get better.
This goes to like an elusive pain or something like Kathy that you dealt with, trying to find, what you're allergic to. And I know it's not this. I know it's not that. And everyone is saying, oh, like what my wife Claire went through with her migraines for years. It's a headache. It's a headache.
Rochelle's had a thing that she can't figure out forever, and it has to do with the lady parts.
Yeah.
It's like, it's incredibly frustrating.
Well, and when there's no real, like this treatment, it's not like a one thing here, this fixes it. You know
Drink
what I mean?
this.
Or like surgery or something like it's not, you kind of have to just learn to live with it.
Right.
They didn't, there was no indication that there was a treatment for this, right? There was a diagnosis,
She
but
said that
she's living with it.
It can get better. You said it's not in your head, it's not your fault. It can get better. So she didn't indicate in the article about treatment, so I don't know what the story is on that.
WebMD says a combination of physical therapy, lifestyle changes, and medicines can be a treatment for it.
Yeah, that sounds like it might be tough to treat.
Right? Like
really
not like a
tough to treat.
specific here, this is how we fix this.
Take this and you'll be better. Or here's a procedure
and
that will fix it.
But sometimes when you and also there's freedom in saying this is what I have, this is what it's going to be. Okay, I got it now. Let's move forward. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At least you know what it is.
But I wonder
And
if for her,
childbirth can cause it.
yeah. Oh, okay. But I wonder if for her, if there is anything, and I'm not talking about the active intercourse, but if there's anything that actually feels good, whether it be,
Right. I don't know.
Other
oral
form
or
of stimuli.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know.
Says it can also be painful, just like going to the bathroom, just urinating.
Yeah. Actually, okay. Yeah. That's why I was familiar with this, because I've talked about this on the air. I've had a pain when urinating before. Here you go. Here's my life, ladies and gentlemen. And I actually have an article about this condition saved on my laptop over here, my bookmarks.
There you go.
And I had asked, I think I had asked Dr. Mike about it. He's like, no, that's not it. But anyhow.
You don't have a vagina.
Yeah, I did. I think.
Thanks, Mike.
I don't know if men can have that sensation.
This is something
too, or not.
about a nerve is affected.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
It's damn nerves.
Yeah. All right, I think we're ready for clips, gang. All right, where's that volume? There we go. Gene Yoon's a Kanye trilogy. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that correct or not. JEEN
Just go with it.
YUHS.
We're not going to give you any crap.
Okay. Details the epic journey of the artist and how he found the strength within to scoopity poop. Here, co-director Cootie explains how the city of Chicago had an impact on West. Here we go.
What I'll always say is that even to make it out of Chicago, it takes a strong person. We have the weather, we had segregation, we got the gangs, so all, that alone. But yet the fact that it was at a certain point, it was no industry. We had Records Row back in the day, and it was the movie capital of the world. But house music was our thing. It wasn't hip hop.
I don't think I want to see it.
Nick, I just figured it out.
Oh.
Genius.
Genius. JEEN-UHS. All right.
It's like a word game. It's like Wordle.
That's like STOOPID.
Yeah.
Episode 1 of Genius is out on Netflix today. Here's the next clip. The Foo Fighters head out to a new location in order to find inspiration, but instead find something far more sinister in Studio 666. In this clip, drummer Taylor Hawkins shares the story of how one hotel had inspired the group.
I mean, it wasn't like a huge hit necessarily, but we made an EP. We had a couple days off. We were playing in Austin. We're doing Austin City Limits, and we were staying at this really cool hotel called St. Cecilia. And we just took over the whole hotel because I think there's maybe like 8 bungalows or something. And the bar, Dave was just sitting there the day we got there, I remember, and he was like, we should make a record here.
Studio 666 is in theaters on February 25th. I'm curious if that'll be any good. We shall have to see.
Already I like it, so just give me something in the ballpark and I'll be happy.
Yep. Speaking of ballpark, the Red Hot Chili Peppers are playing Citizens Bank Park. So
good. That was good.
So we have a secret text word and a chance to win tickets to that show. The Strokes are going to be there as well as Thundercat. It's September 3rd, and text word secret to 39333 because you might win those tickets this morning. We're going to take a break. We're going live on Fox Good Day. Harold Pirno will be on the program and more. Back in a second. Hang in there, my friend. Listen, yes, heading off to college, there are some warnings that definitely need to be given, and part of that is a huge part would be, obviously, if you're going to have sex, it's got to be safe sex, because that's where you can really have some serious problems.
Have it on top of a safe.
Yeah, on top of a safe sex. Make sure that you do that.
It's the best. No,
I know what you're saying.
You're exactly right. I think that you don't want to put you want to put caution, not abject terror.
Fear, yeah. I mean, because you're just going to... Do you want them going through life scared? No. You want them to find a mate to spend the rest of their lives with.
Right.
Let me go to... Hang on. Josh wants to comment. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So, growing up, I'm only 25. I'm not old yet. But back in high school, I wasn't a serial dater, but for some reason I always used to get the strict Italian dad.
Okay.
And the one thing that always softened them up, I mean, they're the guys that look you dead in the eye and goes, you're dating my oldest daughter, and all you have to do is look them back square in the eye and don't back down. And they soften up right away.
So it's a test almost.
I want you to know you're dating my oldest daughter. And I want you to know it's all finger stuff right now. I respect that. You have finally have the balls to tell me what I always know is happening.
They appreciate the honesty, right?
In fact, I call her the bowling ball.
Dear God.
No, that's you are a man's man who can admit to that. I want, if you can, to tell me the various things you achieve along the way.
Yeah.
Like a video game.
Yeah. I bring this story up for one reason only. It involves Roger Ailes. Which is my favorite.
I want to fart in your mouth.
Oh, my God.
If you have not seen the most recent Daily Rush videos with Roger Ailes' voice, I've watched it like 15 times.
He's so jowly and so disgusting.
CNN journalist and weekend co-anchor Allison Camerota said Sunday that former Fox News Channel chairman and CEO Roger Ailes, who resigned last summer from the network, he founded 2 decades ago because of sexual harassment allegations, sexually harassed her too. In an interview on CNN's Reliable Sources, Camerota, who worked at Fox for more than 10 years, described what happened when she first began there. She said, when I was first starting out at Fox,
Poop in my big gulp cup.
and I was single, and I remember Roger being in his office, and I was saying that I wanted more opportunity. He said, well, I would have to work with you.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to fart in my mouth. That's your first opportunity. Are you gassy? Yeah.
She said,
Smells like hickory. You from the South?
It's simultaneously hilarious and disgusting.
Yeah, it's so disgusting.
She's saying that he said, I would have to work with you on that case, and I would have to work with you really closely, and it might require us getting to know each other better, and that might have to happen away from here, and it might have to happen at a hotel.
Oh, man.
Do you know what I'm saying? And I said, yeah, I think I do know what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you really know?
And then he invited her to hop up on the desk.
I want to wear your ass like a CPAP mask.
Direct.
Camera. That's just how he breathes.
Yeah, her cheeks are like caving in as he's inhaling.
Is it too hard? Change my diaper. There's a lot in there. You know, the beginning of the season when you get that soil delivered to your home.
Is that mulch?
Is that what it smells like?
It's like mulch.
It's like a pile of mulch. There's a prize in there for you.
Oh, God.
A contract to do weekends here.
I'm going to lead the introduction with our next guest with a quote from Rocky Balboa. Man, you look good for an older guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Weathers.
Yeah.
God. Preston.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, I think, kind summation of what's going on here.
You look damn good.
Look at this. Now Steve's going to jump in on it.
No,
now.
are we correct? Are you coming up on 70?
Oh, jeez, man. Why did you have to go there this early in the
Because
morning?
it defies
Yes.
life.
Yes.
I would not. You look really good.
You look good.
Yeah, I don't go that way, but I just
All right.
might.
Well, hey, man, you know what? Whatever happens, okay? I may not be
kismet.
included, but you're okay. You're okay with me.
Man, we've been wanting to meet you for a long time. This is a really special treat for us. To
Thank
have
you
here
so
this
much.
morning.
Great to be back in the city of brotherly love.
You are a Philadelphian. Regardless, you will always be an honored citizen of this city.
That is one of the nicest things anybody has ever said to me, Steve.
And
I appreciate that.
And it's the truth, because we were talking about this earlier, and obviously you are at the cornerstone of so many pop culture great moments in all of our lives. But the Apollo Creed was essential for Rocky, for that movie. You provided a heart and a performance that was so essential for that all to work, and you know, the counterbalance. Too. You weren't a one-dimensional character, and I think it's you, the actor and the person that you are, that made us really say, this is a good man too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that made it more complex.
Well, you know, Steve, you just brought a tear to my eye because not only was I pop culture, but I'm an artist. I'm an artist, Steve. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
it's true.
Look, I am so, first of all, I'm appreciative of that, you know, those compliments. I got to say, though, man, I had such a great time in the movies, all those Rocky movies and many other movies I've done, but we were very blessed to have such a great cast, you know, and to have such great words for Apollo Creed to say, written by Sylvester Stallone. We had great direction in the first movie, John Avildsen, but in the subsequent movies, Sly was directing, and he is a great director. I maintain this to this day, and he's heard me say this, and he probably would like try to knock me out for saying this, but honestly, as good an actor as he is, I think he's a better director.
Hey, Carl, I have a question about two different characters you played in two different types of movies, but they have a similarity, and I'm talking about Dylan in Predator, and then Chubbs in Happy Gilmore. I don't know if anybody made...
I love it. They have similarities. Okay.
Well, they do.
I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I know where you're going.
All right, so then I don't even have to go there.
That's right.
Damn alligator bit my hand.
Oh my! So the alligator bit your damn right hand off, and the predator shot your right arm off.
Yes.
Was that done on purpose by
by whom?
By Adam Sandler.
That's a good question. I never asked Adam that. You know, I really never did. But I seem to have this propensity for losing my appendages.
Did you get to keep any of the props? Did you get to keep?
Man, what a fool I am, because I didn't. Neither of those movies. Well, that's not true, because from Predator, the only thing I have is this beautiful knife that was forged. We all had these knives that were made by this great knife maker, and I don't remember his name right now, but it's beautiful, right? So, no, I didn't keep the arm. I wish I had. And no, I didn't keep the damned hand that the damned alligator bit off.
I'll tell you what, that Predator arm, if you were to hold that up just without me knowing, I would have said, yep, that's Carl Weathers' arm.
It looked pretty real, didn't it? Well, you know, they took the mold of the arm, man. My guns had to, you know, like stand out, and all the sinew in these muscles had to stand out while the gun's pumping while it's in my hand, and the arms jumping up and down, you know. Well,
dude, that handshake between you and Arnold when you first see each other.
It is classic, isn't it? It is classic.
Man and man.
By the way, I have coined that the man shake.
Yes.
That is not a handshake. That is a man shake.
Carl, have you ever been to a sporting event in Philadelphia where they've done Rocky montages during the sporting event itself?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's amusing, and it gets you going, you know. But the scene that comes to mind is when you and Rocky are running on the beach, and then you end up hugging one another.
Yes.
Because it's sort of comical at this point.
There are a lot of people who look at that and think, these two guys like each other. They really like each other. Yeah.
But you guys are in such phenomenal shape at that point, too, you know? So it's like, it's one of those things where you can't help but giggle a little.
Well, you know, the thing about it is, I think somebody asked me a question about, you know, whether Rocky was, I think it was your competition or one of your competitors, and it was Eisen, you know, and he was asking about, you know, what people think of that show, and his thought was that it's really not a sports movie; it's a love story.
Yeah.
And I think there is a lot of truth in that. And I say it's actually both, because it's set so well and rooted so well in this role in this world of sport and in boxing in particular. But what makes the thing about sports, in a way, all about love, is that it's not romantic love, but it really is about men loving competition and loving the competitor because of what you go through to be at the top of your game.
How much did sports help set you up and prepare you for the process of becoming an actor?
Oh man, it's prepared me for life.
Yeah,
in my mind, and maybe others feel differently about it, but there's something about teamwork, number one. To be on a team, you learn something about that from a very early age, what it takes, what your job is on that team, how to be your best at your job, how not to let others down because you have responsibilities, you have assignments on that team.
But speaking of the best, I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that during the 80s, Tom Selleck had the best mustache, but I think you give him a run for
wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I gave him a run for it in his 80s. Okay. No, yeah, Tom, I know. Tom's reputation, not only as an actor, but as an actor with a mustache. Yes, it sets him apart. I got to give him props for it, because that's a bush, man. That's a bush. Okay.
Yours is the most rocking.
Yes.
Listen, we are just absolutely elated that you came by here today. We love you. We love your work. And as Steve had said so eloquently, you're a member of this city, this community, just because of the relationship and with the Rocky films and what it means to this city and everything. So we're just really happy that you're here.
Thank you.
We appreciate
Preston.
it, man. Yeah.
I'm always, every time I come here, there's so much hospitality. People really kind of open their arms. And of course, if Apollo Creed's walking down the street, you're going to get a little attention. Just a little bit, So, I mean, props to Sly for taking us home with running up those steps, man. If it, there's running up those steps kind of like sets the tone for everything when it comes to Rocky, and, running through the district there and seeing all the folks who are selling their goods in the morning, from soup to nuts, man, having them turn around and watch Rocky and cheer him on. So we're really all very fortunate that this city embraced not only the movie, but embraced the concept of the winner, and the guy from, kind of underdog who makes it, man. And for all of us, anybody who's ever been or felt like an underdog, Rocky is kind of our anthem.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
we thank you here in Philadelphia.
Chicago Justice, Sunday, NBC 10, 9 o'clock. Carl Weathers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you guys see this? An anonymous hacker has released 5 episodes of Orange is the New Black Season 5 after Netflix reportedly failed to meet the criminal's financial demands.
All right, thank you,
It is
Kathy.
unclear
I saw
how
this
much the
article on
hacker
BuzzFeed.
demanded.
I thought this might be kind of nice to examine a little bit and maybe open this up to you, since you are most likely on the way into work this morning, to let us know something about what you do that everybody needs to know. And to give you an example, there's a lot of good ones on this list, and I'll lead with this one. This is what you and the people that work in your industry understand, but the people who don't work in your industry probably need to know.
I love stuff like this.
This first one is from emergency room workers. It says emergency rooms are not first come, first serve business. We triage you for a reason, and you cannot cut the line in front of somebody with a more serious complaint just because you got here first. And listen, I have been in that situation where you sit in the emergency room for eternity, and you're like, I got here before them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just because his head was cut off?
Right.
Wow.
But you may not know what's going on with that
You don't
person,
know.
and they need to get in there.
We went into it was a CHOP emergency room. It wasn't down in the city. It was actually the one out in King of Prussia, and it was a 3-hour wait. And as we were sitting there, it was when Jace. I think we talked about it. You guys remember? Jace got poison ivy, and it was like spreading on his body. I was like watching it spread. It was everywhere. So we walked in, and they were like, "Okay, it's going to be a 3-hour wait." And then I went back up, and I'm like, his eyes were swollen. I'm like, it's all over. like, how do we not know it's in his throat? And they were like, okay, come on back. Like, I think the second I thought, like, I mentioned, like, could it affect the breathing or whatever?
Right.
And we went right back. But I remember, like, the poor other kids in the waiting room, like, looking at when I walked out, I'm like, they're probably like these freaking people. Like, they went right back. But she's like, we have to check them to make sure.
Should have walked out and
said,
say it's affecting your breathing.
Yeah. Say it's affecting your breathing.
So feel free to call and let us know. Here's another example. An airport worker, and this says, yes, your flight is in fact delayed due to weather. Yes, I also understand it's a gorgeous day here and at your destination airport. What you don't understand is that the airplane is coming from New York, and they had weather there. So, while it might seem like, why isn't this? Come on, there's a reason for it. By the way, 215-263 WMMR, the number.
I also want the things we're told that aren't necessarily true. The way they manage, the way they manage and meet our expectations.
What about when Marissa and I flew back from Chicago and they were like, oh, right. We don't know where your pilot is.
Yes.
Oh,
shouldn't you at least have a general idea? Is he in the States?
Yeah. If you need us, we'll be at the bar.
And that's where you find the pilot.
Here's another one from a photographer. It says, no, I can't grab your iPhone and take a picture to match my best studio works, even if it's the most recent model of an iPhone. Also, yes, I do charge money just to take a picture.
That's great.
There was, here's Nick. This will speak to you and Andrea because she's an artist, your girlfriend. This one, and I sent you a chain of emails from people who are trying to get free stuff from artists. It says, this one says, pencils are expensive. Prints are expensive. Proper paper is expensive, and it takes a lot of time to do a painting. So, no, I can't give it to you for free for exposure. Yeah. Because that's the thing. People beg artists, look, I'll post it on social media. I'll plug this, and so on and so on. And they want free stuff from artists all the time.
Artists of all types too. I mean, musicians, painters, sculptors, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's like, we'll put it out there. We'll give you exposure, and that's enough to pay you. Well, no, I need to get paid for my time and my work.
There's one time where that will hold water when they don't pay halftime performers at the Super Bowl.
Yes,
because you're legitimately getting exposure.
If you're Snoop Dogg, it's cool.
All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go to Janet, who is an ER nurse. Hi, Janet. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Janet, what is it that people need to know about your line of work?
Just because they come in on a stretcher with an ambulance does not mean that they're automatically going to get a bed in the emergency room. They may still go out in the waiting room.
Okay. There were a couple of texts that came in saying that just because you take an ambulance doesn't mean that you're going to be seen before everyone else.
I think I would assume that if I came in, that they transported me in an ambulance, that they were going to get me right in.
Yeah. We've had patients that leave, go across the street, call an ambulance, and come in
because they think
get a bed in the back.
Wow.
And they've been waiting in the waiting room.
Gosh.
And we'll recognize the name and be that. No, doesn't happen like that. You go to the bottom of the list, back out in the waiting room you go.
Wow.
So Janet, if to Kathy's point, if someone were to say, I think I'm having breathing problems, I mean, not that we're trying to have you betray the confidences, but would that accelerate their consideration?
It may, but they also are triaged by a qualified nurse that is going to be able to decipher most times whether they're really having breathing problems or they're faking it.
All right, Janet. Well, if you guys ever need help, I'm pretty good with the trach. And if you guys ever get backed up,
you don't want to pretend that you have some kind of a symptom that you don't really have. It's just going to head you down a path.
I had them laugh in my face.
Surprised.
Yeah, when I talked about pregnancy pains, Preston.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me go to, I have Mike, who is a police officer. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up, man?
So we've all seen a police officer pull up to a light, a traffic light, without his lights on, turn his lights on, go through, turn his lights back off. And everybody assumes they're just abusing their power, driving through the light to get through the light. That's absolutely not true. That 100% of the time they're responding to a medium priority call.
Okay.
Where they don't need their lights for the entire response, but they don't have, the time to wait at the traffic lights.
Yeah. And by the way, and speaking of that, a police officer is sitting in their car all day long. Yeah. Why would they pull up to a light and go, man, I got to get through this light right now. Come on!
Yeah. What's medium priority, officer?
things like maybe domestic that's not in progress, a fight not in progress, or something like that, a verbal altercation, things like that.
What about like a security alarm?
Those are most of the time are reduced speed calls where we don't use our lights. We get hundreds of those a week.
Oh yeah.
How often do you get the question of do you have a quota for writing speeding tickets?
Every day.
And do you have a quota?
That's absolutely illegal.
Right.
All right.
Quota.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, man. Take care. Thanks for the call.
That's a good one. I mean, we've all seen it, and I'm like, well, where's that cop going?
Right, yeah. What's that? Well, I want one of those.
Probably going someplace to write up quota tickets.
Here is a text says, teachers work on average between 45 and 60 hours a week, depending on their position, but do not get paid overtime. We also don't get paid to not work over the summer. We get paid for 10 months, or we can choose to spread that out over 12 months, resulting in smaller but more frequent paychecks.
So how does that work? So they get one flat fee, and they can opt to take that summer break, or they can just get a continuous check at a lower rate of pay.
Listen, if your salary, let's just say, is $60,000, you can choose to get that paid over 10 months.
Or 12 months.
Or 12 months.
Can you choose to get it paid over 1 week?
All right, let me go to some other callers with your industry. This is what people in your industry know, but people who are not in your industry, you feel should know. I'm going to go to Chris, who is a mover. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's going on?
Yo, bud. Want to hear your story. What's up, bud?
Yeah, so being in the moving industry, every customer always assumes that they can see and know what fits through what doors and what walls.
Okay.
And pretty much every time I'm forced to carry whatever object up, and it never fits.
So everyone, and I think you're probably right, because I end up being sort of the furniture mule for a lot of friends, moving stuff, and you're exactly right. And you, over time, you build up a knowledge of, I can see this, I can see that, it's not going to work, but everyone still thinks, hey, at least give it a try, right?
Yeah, I guess.
No matter what it does to your back or whatever, just go for it.
All right, Chris. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Guys.
That's a hard-working gig right
Absolutely,
there.
man.
I will go next to Jake. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. Jake here, it says you're a music therapist.
Yes. So, honestly, I feel like a lot of people probably don't even know that that's a career.
Yeah.
The people that do sometimes assume that, like, oh, you make a playlist and put it on an iPod? That's pretty cool. No, that's not at all what I do. No, I go in with my guitar, or I got a piano. I work mainly now with children, and I'm working on communication goals. So it's a very real career that a lot of people probably just don't even know about.
Yep.
Wanted to give a little plug to it.
So do you, and so we have a friend of the show, he and his daughters, Michael and his daughters, Emma, and she is... she's using music as therapy, and
Absolutely.
It seems to be yielding incredible results. Do you find that, Jake?
Absolutely. The kids that I work with now just absolutely come alive. Like some of these kids can't really talk or communicate otherwise, and music provides them with a way to express themselves and just have a great time and socialize with their friends. All that good stuff.
So we've often heard it said, and I've seen it in practice, where people who have a stutter, if they sing or if they use music, can get over that. Is there a similar process? Does that work as well with people on the spectrum?
Absolutely. It's like a way of kind of using meter to like regulate speech and all that kind of good stuff.
Huh.
It's just it's really, really cool. And my
awesome.
girlfriend's actually my girlfriend's a speech therapist, so we love to trade tricks back and forth.
Oh, very cool. Well, you do good work. You do noble work.
All right. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it. All right.
Thanks,
so these are things you think people should know about your industry. I like this one. This says, I work in biomedical research. The most frustrating thing is that people seem to think that there's one cure for cancer and that the government or big pharma are hiding it.
Yeah.
That is such an ignorant statement. Cancer is a collection of hundreds of diseases. Do you really think it is possible to have one cure for hundreds of diseases?
Do you know people who think that?
Why can't they find a cure for cancer? I mean, that's a standard phrase.
Yeah.
We also know
So it goes on to say, hang on a second, Casey. It says, I work in biomedical. Oh, that's the same thing over and over. All right, go ahead, Casey.
So I was going to say, obviously we know that Big Pharma makes big money, and
there's some issues there.
But my brother is a chemist, and there's also a lot of wasted money, right? So my brother was researching and trying to come up with literally a cure for cancer, and they would spend months, if not years, on reactions, and then they would get to that final testing stage, and it turns out it didn't work, and everything that they did is scrapped, and they have to start from square one, and that is happening every day, all over the country. And so there's a lot of wasted money. And I don't want to say wasted money, but there's a lot of, wasted
you also
research.
have office parties and things that they require a lot too, like pizza parties. Yeah. No, a cure for a cancer, right? A type of cancer.
Yeah. Yes. And have they cured cancers along the way? Are the ones that used to exist but don't any longer that they have cures for?
Like Dr. Mike says, we're living in amazing times right now.
So they do?
Treatment. Well, I mean, like he says, and Michael say, no one need ever die of thyroid cancer. No one need ever die of prostate cancer.
Right.
And a lot of that is also early detection.
I'm going to go next to Jesus, a truck driver. Jesus, good morning.
Oh, my goodness, I love that.
What's up, man?
All right. As a truck driver, there's two things.
Yeah.
These cars, they tend to switch lanes without signaling in front of you and braking. We haul 80,000 pounds. We cannot stop.
Yes.
On the dot. And there were countless times that I almost hit other cars because of situations like that.
Jesus, in a fully loaded truck, how long does it take you to come to a full stop if you're traveling at 40 miles an hour?
For 45, I'm going to say 55 miles an hour, like on a turnpike, for example, where there's hardly any vehicles.
Right.
Half a football field.
Wow. Some people don't realize that.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like I get nervous with truck drivers. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Excuse me, can I get over? Like,
so we all know trucks don't have that acceleration that cars do. But what you might not be thinking about is the stopping ability.
Right.
So that's what Jesus wants people to know.
Exactly.
They can't.
And that's one more thing. The right side of the cab, there's a huge blind spot.
Yep.
And cars tend to ride on that side, and sometimes I cannot see vehicles on that side in my mirrors, and I have so many mirrors.
Right, and I've read signs on trucks that say if you can't see my mirrors, I can't see you.
Can't see you.
Absolutely,
so
exactly.
That's what I always try to keep in mind. If I'm near a truck and I can't see the mirror, I try to get in a position where if I'm going to stay in that zone, that they can at least. I can see a mirror so they can see me.
Jesus, have you ever provided cover for someone trying to elude Smokey and they will drive under the truck and just hide out there? Like in Smokey and the Bandit? You ever do that?
He's like,
I guess not.
No.
So that the movies must have lied to us.
Wait, and Jesus, last question. A truck driver once told me, like, if we're going to pass the truck, like, do it. Just go past.
Yeah.
Don't linger anywhere there.
Yeah.
Just pass them.
Just pass.
Yeah.
I even have cars like they linger right on my trailer. Don't do that. Goodness. I be having my signal on. I be wanting to switch lanes.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they want to speed up and stay in the middle of my trailer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, just clear. Get out of the way. Move.
Thanks, Jesus. Yeah, agreed. So let's say the truck is doing 60 miles an hour. You don't want to go any faster than 60 miles an hour. You're with that truck right next to it. Live a little. Go crazy. Bump it up to 65 for about 30 seconds. Pull over into their lane, and then temper back to 60, and you guys will be going the same speed, and that left lane is now clear.
Yeah.
Go crazy.
By the way, that's the law in Jersey. You're only supposed to use that left lane for passing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Most places are that way, for sure. All right, let me read a couple of others. I know we have a ton of calls on the line. Here's one that says, lifeguard, I am not a babysitter. It is your job as a parent to watch your kid when swimming, and if they can't swim, you have to be in the water within 5 feet of them at all times.
If there's an emergency, the lifeguards will help.
Another one, librarian. Public libraries are not safe places to drop off your kids. It's not the books that are unsafe. It's the other patrons and the fact that librarians are not babysitters. Here you go. Here's another thing that people in their industry understand, but the general public doesn't grasp. A zoo worker says, yes, the animal is in the exhibit. Sometimes you have to look a little bit longer than 8 seconds in order to see it.
Well, a lot of them also have.
I've stood there and gone, Where is it?
There's nothing in there.
And then you'll see like the cheetah behind a tree. You'll see a tail popping out. It's like, oh no, I came on the wrong day.
Here's from a designer. It says, if you want to fit a portrait image into a landscape canvas, you either have to crop it, leave a black or white border, or empty space left or right, or distort it, which is almost always a bad idea. On a regular occurrence, clients are unhappy with either of these options, and they just want me to somehow make it fit. I don't know about all that.
What would you say is the biggest misconception about, say, during the day on radio that people listening think that
okay,
that
here's
happens?
the deal. There's no secret way to win a contest, okay? Like, it's at the discretion of whoever is on the air, of what number caller they take, when they ask for you to call in, when they even start answering the calls after they tell you to call in. There's no special line that gets you here quicker. You don't need to wait 10 seconds before you start dialing. You don't need to dial right a little bit beforehand. It is completely arbitrary. There is no way.
No,
so
and
I've had people throughout my career ask me, how do I win a contest? It's like, dude, it is luck of the draw. That's all there is to it.
That's exactly true. And yet, bizarrely, there are certain areas that will get in easier, you know, when we have a contest. It's just the luck of the draw.
Here's one from a dentist, and they simply say, flossing actually helps.
Yeah, it does.
You should know.
I've been flossing for a few years now, and ever since I started flossing, I've had. Well, I don't want to jinx anything, but
yeah, no, dude. I would have like be brushing my teeth and spit it out, and like blood would be in there, and I'm like, I talked. This is years and years and years ago. I asked my dentist, they're like, are you flossing? No.
Oh.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Gingivitis. Floss, and that will stop happening, and it sure enough did.
And dentists and dental hygienists can tell when you don't. You know, so like,
because there's plaque buildup
right?
in there.
But if you're trying to hide it, and there's just no point in lying to them, saying, "Yeah, I floss every day," and if you don't, they'll know.
I've been flossing, I think, since I had teeth.
Yeah, well, my toothbrush is also a water pick simultaneously. So as I'm brushing my teeth, it's a water pick.
See if I got that one for Jace.
Awesome.
All right, let me go.
It's loud as hell, though.
I'm going to go to Alex. Hey, Alex, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry for bothering you at work.
Nah, we're happy. What's your line of work?
So I am a vet technician, and one thing that I really wish people would understand is that vet med is at an all-time low with staffing shortages. Since the pandemic started and we went curbside, everyone wants to get their pets in. Everyone adopted a lot of animals. We are trying to see them, but if Fluffy has a minor ear infection, if it takes 3 weeks for an appointment, that's the best we can do for you.
Okay.
So you guys are just overloaded and overworked.
Overloaded and overworked.
All right, what about when you're not overloaded and overworked? What is something that people need to know about your industry?
An ear infection is not an emergency.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I have one. So I have a friend who worked for the Sixers and worked in the sports industry her whole life. And she said, no, I don't just work the games. I work all day, and then I work at night during the games as well.
Right. There you go. I like this one. It says, this is from an audio engineer. It says, not every problem with audio is feedback. Feedback is when the sound goes out of the speakers and back through the microphone and loops around and around. Ground hum is not feedback. Noise is not feedback. Echo off the wall is not feedback. And then this one I love. They said, and speak up, people. The microphone isn't magic. You need to be heard, which is true. You guys all know. If you're at an event and somebody's holding the microphone down at their waist,
bring it up,
or barely speaking into the mic, you still need to project on a microphone.
Why do people do that?
I don't know.
Well,
I think they're not used to hearing their own voice.
And also, people who haven't spoken on microphones a lot don't know the technique. That's understandable. Not everyone is hooked up to a PA all day.
Let me go to Tracy. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, guys. How are you this morning?
We're awesome. What do you do, Tracy?
I work for unemployment.
Unemployment.
Okay.
And so a lot of people think that unemployment is like a fun net. Oh, if I work 2-3 years and I don't like my job, I can quit and get paid. And unfortunately, unemployment is legit an insurance like your car insurance.
Okay.
So if you quit your job because you say, oh, I just didn't like my boss, I can pretty much tell you you're going to be denied.
You're not. You have to be fired, or there has to be something like that. You just simply can't say, I'm going to take some time off.
And then I'll get the ones who have
entered the workforce like 2 years ago, and they're like, but I paid all that money into unemployment. You paid $260 into unemployment in 2 years. If you want your $260, we'll give it to you. But, well, we weren't really. But that $10,000 you see that your claim may be, that's because we're charging your employer. So you have to have a actual reason that is under the law that states, okay, we can pay you out of this fund because you deserve it.
And that is usually, most often, termination, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for the heads up, Tracy. Appreciate it. All right. Well, it's really interesting. We have a load of great calls, and we don't have time to go to them because we have to go. We got to go on Fox Good Day this morning, so we got to do that. But it's interesting that we all have these things that we do for a living, and especially if you're in a job where you have regular customers and so on, that maybe they don't quite get exactly. Well, that little thing that everybody should know but don't understand. But thanks for sharing. We appreciate it. We should create a place where people can
at least post,
mention these things because there's a lot out there. So, but anyhow, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We are going to go live on Fox Good Day, and we are going to get to the bizarre file when we return. So stay with us. We won't be gone long. Shortly before 6 a.m. on Saturday, leaked in 10 different files. They totaled about 11.46 gigabytes. The hacker, who goes by the handle of the Dark Overlord,
I'm trying to do something!
Kicked off the leak
when you're done, Dark Overlord, take the garbage out.
By publishing the premiere episode for the forthcoming Orange is the New Black season Friday to the Pirate Bay.
This is my son, the Dark Overlord.
The streaming giant has set June 9th as release for Orange is the New Black. No word on whether Netflix will move that date up. In a statement, Netflix said, we are aware of the situation. A production vendor used by several major TV studios has had its security compromised, and the appropriate law enforcement authorities are involved.
You know, I was trying to think about this, and Netflix didn't buckle to the demand. I don't know how much impact this has because
Zero
because it's $9 a month.
You already have
it. More than likely. So, and you're not going to watch it any quicker or any sooner than you would normally. So I wonder where the damage is really. Maybe in some people who aren't already subscribing, getting it, but. It is what it is.
I guess piracy still remains to be a really big problem. For me, it holds no fascination. I'd rather just fork over the however many dollars it is to watch the actual official version of something, and I can wait until Friday.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it on Monday before it comes out.
What are you going to do? Watch 9 episodes?
Yeah.
Well, the hacker isn't stopping with that show. The cybercriminal claimed via Twitter to have unreleased shows from ABC, Fox, National Geographic, and IFC as well.
Okay, tell me of Game of Thrones and maybe I'll listen.
Right.
This is the Dark Overlord. I have your Capuchin Monkey special, and I will upload it if my demands are met.
That's from National Geographic.
Your special concerning the Watusi women of Buka Buka will be released to the world. If you do not yield to my demands, I'm the Dark Overlord.
Capuchin
Monkey.
I know.
There's the extortion there.
In a message posted Saturday, the Dark Overlord wrote,
This is the Dark Overlord, your 1 hour special concerning FIFO, the zebra who can tap dance. Will be released to the world.
The Dark Overlord wrote on Saturday, it didn't have to be this way, Netflix.
You could have avoided it.
You're going to lose a lot more money in all of this than what our modest offer was. We're quite ashamed to breathe the same air as you. We figured a pragmatic
Someone's gotten a little carried away with their Dell laptop.
Yeah, we figured a pragmatic business such as yourselves would see and understand the benefits of cooperating with a reasonable and merciful entity like ourselves. What are you talking about?
Come on! No.
Yeah, it's illegal.
Yeah. And by the way,
Dark Overlord.
Dark Overlord. It is a substantial fee and prison sentence that they're looking at if they're found and convicted.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, on the consumer end and on our end, it seems like, what? Okay. I agree with you, Nick. I mean, you already have Netflix. Chances are you already have it anyway. Netflix encourages you to share your passwords, for Christ's sake.
Hey, and also, if you don't have Netflix, then you haven't seen the previous seasons of Orange is the New Black. So if you're going to release the 4th season, can you release the first 3 seasons as well?
Damn good point.
I got to get caught up on this.
Dear Netflix, we are committed to releasing the 3rd episode of Lemony Snicket. If our demands are not met, and this is a good one, too.
Oh, man, I hope the Dark Overlord lives here and is listening to us right now. That would be awesome.
Dark Overlord.
All right, anyway.
You're such a dork. You dork. Try to extort Netflix.
She's just in for a visit to say hello, and you know her from The Office and her many visits to Philadelphia. She's a Philly gal. Please welcome Kate Flannery.
Hi, you act like I was back by the dumpster and somebody noticed me and dragged me in. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Is that Kate Flannery out by the dumpster? Have her come in. So what are you up to now? Because I see you on a lot of, obviously you have the live performances.
Yeah, Jane and I are still performing regular. I'm still doing the lampshades.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I always feel like there's something I can't talk about.
Is there?
You love that? I mean, know. It's such bullshit. But I'm sorry.
The filthy mouth.
You guys.
Kate Flannery.
I'm really. Is there?
How much Rolling Rock have you had this morning?
If you went to O'Hara, you wouldn't have.
Oh my God! Well, at Archbishop Carroll, we didn't drink. No, exceptionally good human beings. I also do another show called Talk Show, the Game Show.
Yes,
that's
I saw that
coming
listed
up soon. Yeah.
So what is that?
I think it starts this month.
No, but what is it?
It's a talk show and a game show. But so they make the celebrities compete against each other with questions after their interview segment.
Huh?
And no more stand up in stilettos.
That's done. Yeah, that's done. Yeah. But Wanda Sykes is the producer of Talk Show, the Game Show.
That's very cool.
Yeah, she was actually there on site. I was like, "What are you doing here?"
She's local.
I know we talked about media.
Yeah, and she's never been on the show.
She's never been on our show. Yeah, she lives in media. Let her know.
Watch your mouth, you.
That fucking. No, I'm sorry.
You're getting
so
worse.
I know. I'm so sorry, you guys.
I will tell you
Are
this.
there children
It's
listening?
gotten worse. She just dropped the F-bomb.
What's wrong with you today? You tell me not to do something. The more my unconscious is just like, oh my God.
Let's put it this way: we had Andrew Dice Clay in here and never had to do the dumb button once.
I need some straps on my chair, like on the pyramid.
Kate Flannery,
crap.
3 times.
Nick is like, you're never coming back. He's shaking his head. It's like, this is it.
Oh, we need a taser.
Because that'll calm me down.
We have to keep you here for a little while because there's some curses you haven't said yet.
What are the 7 that you can't say on the air?
You know what? That list, by the way, that classic list, as legend has it, we've said it before, did not exist before Carlin created.
Are you kidding
that
me?
list. There was the FCC had no set list of words, but once Carlin created that list, the FCC said, "Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah,
let's go with that."
That's amazing.
All right, so when you're not on the air,
Yes.
you curse like a sailor? And how does that go
I didn't think so
over?
until I got here.
Okay.
No one blinks an eye in Los Angeles, where everyone is drug induced and on painkillers. Once in a while, I don't know. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I think I have not had enough sleep this week.
we have many dumb buttons for just such. Now we're going to call it the Flannery switch.
No.
Mark it on the board right here.
Oh my gosh!
Hit the Flannery switch.
Hit the Flannery switch.
Oh no!
I'm sorry. We had to Flannery out on that.
Well, the owner of a sperm bank has been accused of secretly switching donor semen with his own in order to father 60 children.
This has happened before.
It has. Jan Karbat, who died at the age of 89 last month, has been accused by 23 families of using his own semen instead of the donors at a fertility clinic in Rotterdam.
So what does he do? He puts the samples under cups and moves them around quickly on a table?
He is also accused of tampering with the clinic's data and donor descriptions and allowing couples more than the allocated 6 children per donor. Bajorp Medical Center.
Yes, Bajorp.
Which closes in 2000.
For all your family needs, think Bajorp.
It closed in 2009
following reports of irregularities.
I just love the word
Bajorp.
I do too. It's why.
In fact, the dude put his own Bajorp in the cup.
It's one of the reasons I put this early in the D file.
Is Bajorp by any chance slang for semen?
I don't know. It was one of
Dude, that's too much Bajorp.
One of Rotterdam's largest sperm banks in the 80s and 90s, Bajorp.
Let me get a second cup.
The 23 families are now seeking a DNA test to see if the sperm bank boss used his own.
So I broke into this house and I Bajorped on the couch.
Karbat reportedly admitted to fathering 60 children through the clinic before he died to one of the plaintiffs.
What?
A lawyer speaking on behalf of the Karbat's family insisted that there is not the slightest evidence that Mr. Karbat or the owner or was the donor, and asked the court to listen to the doctor's request that no DNA test would be carried out after his death.
When the guys do this, what is the desire to be? To
Just
be
to
the
seed the world. I
seed
guess.
the world.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Bajorp.
You know, as they say.
Yeah.
Bajorp.
Well, listen, our next guest is in for a visit, and the latest film that our next guest is involved in is called Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5. Wait, no, that's
our
Katie
other guest.
Morgan.
Yeah.
She's later on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Different.
I'm sorry.
I was an associate producer on that film, but I don't take credit for it.
No. Please welcome our friend Mike Birbiglia. Who's here? Hey, Mike.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Is that the name of her movie?
Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5.
AKA Don't Think Twice.
No, you shouldn't. You show little reserve if you're if you're a cuckold.
So yesterday, I told Mike that Katie Morgan was going to be in the same day as us, and he wrote back. He goes, "So we'll have 2 porn stars. Cool."
No, but listen, Mike is in town for personal reasons and wanted to stop by and say hello. Actually, is it your
My sister-in-law's law school graduation?
Where's she
Temple.
Yeah, from Temple, yeah.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
sensational. That's I'm in awe of people who complete law and
too.
medical degrees.
Yes.
Likewise.
Yeah, I will. I continue to disappoint my parents year after year after year by not doing something like that. But
you went to
good on her.
Georgetown,
That's
right?
wonderful. I did. But then I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
Were you expected to go into law?
I think I was expected to do something that was financially sensible, and I didn't do that. But my dad came around eventually.
Yeah,
I think when he saw me on Letterman, eventually he was like, oh, okay, I get it.
I feel like a lot of comedians have the same story. Their parents finally came around.
Yeah, they come around eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you ultimately you realize when you have a kid, you're like, oh, you just want the kid to be okay.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
You just want the kid to be like okay, and then being a comedian doesn't seem okay.
No,
it seems like it's a life of. It seems like a downward spiral.
It's out of the realm of what I think most
And
parents
often it
classically
is.
want. Yeah.
To be clear.
Did you get cred with the parents with the grandchild?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's
all
a
they
home
want.
run. Yeah,
And it's all okay.
That's all they want. Yeah, I have a. Yeah, so I have a daughter now, and I had a lot of trepidation about. Preston was saying when I walked in, he was like, "Oh, you look skinnier," and I'm trying to lose weight because I'm like, my body's a lemon. I went to. I'm telling you, I went to the doctor, and he goes, I'm not kidding. This is in one visit. He goes, he does the blood, calls me up. He goes, hey, this came out well. This came out well. You have Lyme disease and diabetes.
Oh my God!
I was
really?
like, whoa, one at a time, fellas. We're all gonna get a chance.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, the Lyme. So no, Lyme disease. I took meds for, and that's fine. We caught it early. And then diabetes, I guess it's just road living over the years. It's like I have the body.
Yeah.
I eat terribly. I have the body of someone who's just about to start P90X and then doesn't. And
gets to the first.
It caught up to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a.
So do you take insulin? Are you?
No,
what's
it's diabetes 2, so it's
Okay.
like, so I'm not at that point yet. But I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. That's what I'm saying. My body's a lemon.
Yes.
It's like I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. So I was lucky it didn't come back. but every year or so I have to go for a cystoscopy where they take like a rod like the size of this with a camera on and they stick it through your urethra to look in your bladder. But while you're awake,
Why do you have to be awake? Preston, you've had it.
No.
Vasectomy? Yeah. Now they numb
Mike's
you
not
down
getting
there.
that. Oh, is
They
that
numb you
true?
down there, but still, I had read, which was my big mistake, that you could actually feel. There have been occasions where people were able to feel something,
I felt
and you
something.
definitely see and smell stuff.
All right.
And so I'm like, I want no part of that. And somebody had said, you know what, they'll knock you out if you want. I mean, not completely under general anesthesia, but they'll give you propofol.
Right.
What do you
that's
smell?
that's like the way Michael Jackson went to sleep.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
That's what it is. That's what propofol is. Yeah.
And once I found out that they could knock me out, then I was like, okay, I'm totally down with this. And it was easy. But you stayed awake for yours.
I was totally awake for mine.
You mentioned a smell. What smell is generated during a vasectomy?
Smoke, from what I hear.
I couldn't smell anything, but you have to
Wait, describe where the smoke is coming from, please.
Because they cauterize stuff.
It's the doctor's cigar.
Yeah.
It's a Cuban.
It's not a boy.
Yeah, they hand out anti-cigars.
They hand out cigars and say no more babies.
I wanted to ask you about non-medical stuff.
Sure.
And basically, like, this sort of this career path that you're on now is fascinating to me because we've known you for a long time, and now I see you just popping up everywhere, and you're.
56, well, actually, about to be 7:57. The city looks golden on this morning. But let's get to Preston and Steve because Reddit users, they're revealing their most horrible habits, and it's all in one thread. And it's basically, what's your worst habit you just can't stop, but you absolutely loathe the fact that you do it? So like one person said they like to pick their nose still. Ew. I mean, if you got something in there, you got to get it out, right?
Yeah.
Anything coming to mind, Preston?
Does eating poop count?
Oh, my God.
I don't do that. I just thought of something gross to throw out there. No, listen, Karen, was that you that went ew?
Yes. Well, I know dogs that eat their own poop. My husband could not.
No, I wasn't talking about the poop thing. I was going back to the picking the nose thing.
As Preston Elliott revealed this morning on...
No. Yes, the nose picking thing. And here's the deal. I don't like blowing my nose. It is it makes my ears pop. I don't clear a lot. I think I have a deviated septum. And I have all these fish, so right? Isn't that cool? It's the latest thing. Yeah. Everybody's doing
I've got
it.
one too.
No, but anyway, so blowing my nose, the sensation of doing that, I don't like doing it. So I do the disgusting, horrible act of picking my nose. I do my best to be...
And you don't want to do it.
Discreet about it, but I do it, so...
So what do? You walk away and get into a corner and do it? Or like
I try to... I do some very...
He gets up on a table.
It's very stealthy. It's like you just kind of itch at it a little bit, and then you just go,
Get up in there.
Yeah,
you know what's funny, though? I never heard of that, but my middle kid refuses to blow his nose. He doesn't like it. It's the sensation. And now that you say it, like I never knew it was a thing.
People
but now
don't talk
I
about
feel
it.
better about him. He's not.
Tell him he's not alone.
You're not a
Yes.
misfit.
This is a support group for nose pickers.
Yep. Yep.
All right, Steve.
I hear it all the time. You're far too compassionate and wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. And then the second thing would be huffing paint. No. I do this all the time. I have this ADD thing where I will start. I've already had a conversation in my head, and I'm about 3/4 of the way through it, and I drive my wife crazy because she'll look at me and say, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Oh, you talk out loud to yourself.
Right.
Yep.
So I'm all the way through a story, and she's brought in like at the end of the movie,
Right.
and she says, "Why don't you pick your nose like Preston does?"
That would be easier to deal with.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
one of them says swirling your phone while on the toilet. Is that I feel like you need a pastime. What are you supposed to do? Stare at the wall?
Yeah. Right. Thank you. No, that's
Like,
not
get
a
a
disgusting
magazine?
habit.
Well, you've got a wall right there for putting your boogers, Preston.
No, I don't see that as a problem. But maybe somebody just doesn't want to be there. Maybe they're lingering too much time spending there doing it.
There's a creative space there. You're not doing much. Beethoven composed some of his greatest works on the toilet. A lot of people don't know that.
Did he now?
Yeah.
missed
I would
that
check
part.
the accuracy of that.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and also, Steve, now that you say that, I think it was the same kid. He had a booger wall.
Oh, my God.
What?
In the house?
Yes, right next to his bed.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my
See
God.
where we started here?
That was a song by Sheena Easton, Booger Walls.
Yeah. Prince wrote it.
Yeah.
Wait, are they still there? Or
Did you clean it? No, you clean it up all the time. Oh, okay. But you're like, ew, what is this? It's got texture.
It's just like letter magnets on the fridge.
Oh my gosh. And on that note, bye, gentlemen. Thanks, guys.
Bye, guys. We'll see you later. All right.
Oh my God, a booger wall.
Yeah,
can't.
disgusting.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh, we had one here in the men's room.
I have to come clean about something because I just got a message on Twitter. Apparently, I was caught green-fingered right on our YouTube stream earlier this morning.
There you go.
I was apparently knuckle deep on
Casey digs deep, and because of where we're sitting in this room, I get the full view of it. He turns to me while he's doing it, and Marissa's over there, but although she's obscured by a monitor, you might get away with it, but nonetheless, he turns to me, and it's every morning, all the time. And I've gotten used to it. It doesn't bother me. Every now and then, I will turn and look, and he will make eye contact with me, and he's a full knuckle deep in there, and he'll just be like, "Oh man."
Listen, do you know honestly, even for me, for blowing my nose, what has reduced that dramatically is doing the Neumann, the nasal rinse, like 5 times a day.
Yeah, it hasn't done squat for me.
It doesn't work for everyone.
But try it because it might work for you. Yeah.
I blame Nick Murphy. I thought you were supposed to. You're supposed to be watching out for us. Why are you putting Casey picking his nose on the?
He is watching out for us. That's what he's doing. He's putting that on there. So you got some text?
I got one tweet from a dude just saying I was knuckle deep. Listen, man, I can't. I'm not even going to apologize for it.
You're doing what you're doing.
Well, there's a mental thing going on there where when I'm breathing, I can feel something there. So like it is.
You don't stop explaining picking your nose.
Yeah,
it's okay.
It's an obstruction. I know what you mean.
You do what you're going to do. It's like when I hold my ankles and fart. It's the same thing.
Steve gets on his back.
I get on my back. I hold my ankles and I fart.
Pay good money to see that. Oh my God. No, wait, Nick Murphy.
Did you catch it on YouTube?
Nick Murphy is coming in to
That's
comment.
on me. I'm sorry. I was distracted. I was distracted by my phone, and I left your shot up. So that's just straight up bad directing, and I'm sorry. But in my defense, it happens a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Listen, I saw the tweet.
I was so sorry.
I was grateful that the tweet didn't come with the screen capture, although I'm sure people will do that as well.
Well, let me ask this. Let me ask this here.
I have to own it, right?
Wait. Let me ask. So I'm assuming that the person, like right now, if you were back there directing, this would be the time for you to pick your nose.
Right.
Know that you're not talking, and you're not in the shot with Preston. So if I'm talking, or Kathy or Nick,
pick your nose.
Start rooting away. Yeah.
Right.
I was definitely not talking.
The issue happens if you say something and then someone else chimes in and I don't catch it right away. And sometimes I just like edit with my brain and my eyes and not physically switching.
Are you really apologizing for Casey picking his nose?
Man, he's my friend. I'm trying to help my friend. I'm trying to give my friend some cover.
Nick Murphy, and you'll agree with this. If you were to direct a show based on every time someone talks, cutting to that person immediately, it would be ridiculous.
Yeah,
so you always let a little bit of lag over. Yeah. Someone starts saying something, and then you move over to them. So maybe, Case, is there a semaphore situation that would tell Nick Murphy that you're going to start picking your nose?
You have to take the good with the bad. If we're going to be on YouTube, you got to take the good with the bad. Yeah. It is what it is. Listen. You tried to hypnotize on this show, hypnotize me to get me to stop picking my nose. I know it's an issue. Dude, whatever. It is what it is, man.
I respect it, man. Yeah. You take care of it. Look, you got a lot on your plate, and you maximize your time. Like when things aren't happening, you're eating a little breakfast and flossing and stuff. So like, I'm gonna catch some of those things, and I apologize.
Nick McElwain, do you know? I mean, Nick Murphy legitimately watches out for us to make sure that like that doesn't happen. I was jokingly giving him a hard time because he's told me that I'm watching out for you guys.
No, we're lucky to have Nick Murphy for sure, and I appreciate everything you do to make us look as good as we possibly can. When you repost, because the YouTube video gets posted every day, right? Later in the does that ever get edited? Like if one of us looks bad.
You took out my ankle fart.
I could, man. Yeah, like I could take something out that we were not happy with. And
yeah.
Stuff.
Okay.
After the fact, but it does get posted every day. As soon as we stop being live, it stays up. So that's a nice feature.
All right. Yeah.
May I compliment your Duran Duran T-shirt?
Oh,
I
thanks.
love that. It's a classic Nagel
Bought
thing.
it for me.
I need
love
to
this
get
album.
one of those.
This album was like.
Is that Rio?
Yeah, Rio. Yeah.
Could you give that shirt to Preston?
Would you like the shirt?
I will get my own. Thank you very much.
Okay. There we go.
Oh man.
We got the,
Casey.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. What do you want, man?
That was a serious. We're watching the video.
I had no idea.
Hey, how about a little sympathy? A little sympathy for what I'm mentally going through at that point.
Dude, you were not picking your nose. You were massaging your brain. Oh my God. Dude. By the way, it's not like you had to be a really eagle-eyed viewer to catch that.
No.
This is like
there are several angles that are being approached by that.
This is the avatar of nose picking.
Casey, you're taking it way better than I would. I would be mortified.
I mean, I
Look at how beat ready is.
No, I'm embarrassed. But like, what can I do?
What can you do?
What can I do?
It's out
there
there.
for freaking ever.
This is why you need to watch our YouTube channel at all times, friends.
Somebody make that into a T-shirt.
It's remarkable that this, in and of itself, could also become a daily rush, like what we're talking about right now.
Oh my God.
It becomes meta.
Well, what you needed to do is turn that into a GIF, right?
I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
I like that. All right. Anyway, thank you, Nick Murphy.
Yeah.
No, thank you, dude. That was
Creating
excellent.
content, roast beef.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Speaking of content, we got to do the bizarre file. Let's go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Wow. That is a nose picking.
Wow. Okay. The Bizarre File is brought to you this morning by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia, voted best overall gaming resort in Pennsylvania, and must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I'm going to start with a story, Kathy, I have in the news because I think it fits in the Bizarre File. A 4-year-old girl who was abducted by her parents after they lost custody of her in 2019 has been found alive in their home in a hovel-like makeshift room beneath the stairs. Paisley Schultes was abducted from her from her guardians in 2019 when she was 4 from her home of her legal guardian in Cayuga Heights, New York. She had been removed from the care of her biological parents, Kim Cooper and Kirk Coltis. It's unclear why they lost custody, but they took her back, and the last 3 years have been hiding from law enforcement. But on Monday, police in Saugerties, upstate New York, received a tip that the girl was with a couple at a home. She was found hiding in a dark, wet room underneath the staircase. The house is 162 miles away from where she was abducted. Cooper is still behind bars, but the father and grandfather who were charged with endangering the welfare of a child and custody interference have been released. Cooper's being held on an additional count from family court, but it's unclear what that charge is. None have been charged with kidnapping at this point. It's unclear who the child was living with when she was abducted. In a statement, Detective Eric Thiel had noticed something about the staircase leading to the back of the residence into the basement of the house that caught his attention. He shone a flashlight into the stairs, and that's when detectives saw a pair of tiny feet.
So they'd been to the house a number of times, actually, looking for her, and then this was as the result of a recent tip that sent them to the house again.
After removing several more steps, the child and her abductor were discovered within. It's unclear who reported the family to the police or how long they knew that the child had been there. It's pretty wild story.
It is wild.
Hopefully it's going to have a good ending. When a coworker noticed that a portion of Robin Folsom's pregnant belly was coming away from her body, they believed that the former Georgia Vocational Rehabilitation Agency employee was faking her pregnancy.
Yeah, because it doesn't happen like that, right?
After reporting the birth of 2 children between July 2020 and May 2021, Folsom was indicted Thursday by a Fulton County grand jury on 3 counts of felony false statements and 1 count of felony identity fraud. The 43-year-old Atlanta resident worked as the director of external affairs and supervised GVRA's marketing and media communications. GVRA is the Georgia Vocational Rehabilitation Agency. So in October 2020, she advised the state agency that she was pregnant. By May 2021, she announced that she had given birth. GVRA eventually received an email from a person claiming to be the father of the child, which is what led to Folsom being charged with identity fraud and stating that the new mother had been mandated several weeks of rest following the delivery. The state agency approved about 7 weeks of paid leave, which the Inspector General offices said the agency would not have approved had they known that Folsom had not given birth, right?
Yeah, that is part of the deal, right?
An investigation by the office revealed that in March of 2020, when a coworker noticed a lower portion of Folsom's stomach coming apart from her body, the coworker told officials that they believe Folsom was wearing a fake pregnancy stomach.
Oh, that's, I'm having an E section.
Folsom also sent pictures of her new baby to various coworkers, but the pictures were inconsistent and the children had varying skin colors. In October, shortly after an interview, after an interview with investigators, Folsom resigned from the state agency, and this was not the first pregnancy that she had faked.
She's been faking them before.
In July 2020, she announced the birth of another child, but the office learned that there was no birth certificate proving Folsom to be a mother. Following review of medical and insurance records, no indication was found that she had ever given birth.
This is not a baby. That picture's of Wilford Brimley.
Right. All right, how about this? A Catholic priest in Phoenix has resigned from his position after a church investigation found he had been incorrectly performing baptisms over his 20-year career, rendering the rite invalid for thousands of people.
So he was doing like one thing wrong that made it null and void.
According to the Bishop Thomas Olmsted of the Diocese of Phoenix, as he poured the holy water during the baptism he would perform, the Reverend Andres Arango would say, "We baptize you in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit." But Father Arango misstated one word. "We baptize" should have been "I baptize." And getting that word, getting that word wrong nullified all of the rituals he performed.
You heard what happened
for 20 years.
For the people that then people had to be sent back down to purgatory from heaven. They had to put the call in.
Yep.
It was a disaster.
So Olmsted wrote in a message to parishioners, "You will need to be baptized. If you were baptized using the wrong words, that means that your baptism is invalid and you are not baptized."
You know, I think I would just let it go.
The issue with using
one time only
using "we" is that it is not the community that baptizes a person. Rather, it is Christ and Him alone who presides at all of the sacraments, and so it is Christ Jesus who baptizes.
Isn't it we? Guess what I get to do?
Guess what I get to do?
The Diocese of Phoenix added that it did not believe Father Arango had any intentions to harm the faithful or deprive them of the grace of baptism and their sacraments. He said, I too am sincerely sorry that this error has resulted in distribution to the sacramental lives of a number of faithful. This is why I pledge to take every step necessary to remedy the situation of everyone impacted. So if you are absolutely a firm believer,
you'd go get baptized.
But what if somebody died who has since been baptized 20 years ago? Do you now believe as a
they're in limbo
of the faith that they will not get to heaven?
I think you would. I don't know. To me, it's a slip up. You got dressed up.
Yeah.
You took the afternoon.
Right, yeah.
You did the deal.
In your heart.
I think you're fine.
Yep.
You effed up. You trusted us.
All right, and then...
We'll just say it was stolen.
One more quick story. Police say a woman who couldn't stop her snowmobile jumped off before the empty machine crashed into a trail groomer. The New Hampshire State Police said it happened on Sunday afternoon. They say Christine Lloyd and her riding partner were speeding over a small hill when they noticed Stephen Sheridan grooming trails. Lloyd's riding partner was able to slow his machine down and go around the groomer, but Lloyd couldn't, so she jumped off her machine before it hit Sheridan. The empty machine hit the groomer's snowblade. No one was injured in the crash, but officials say Lloyd was issued a summons for unreasonable speed, and she won't dispute the summons. But the guy driving the machine said it just came out of nowhere, and he saw this empty machine.
Did you ever get to drive a snowmobile for any distance?
Yeah.
I've always wanted to.
There are a lot.
I sat on one and moved a little bit on it, but I really would love to
Rochelle and
take
I did
one out.
We did a backcountry thing in Whistler.
Fun?
For like hours.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It's awesome. Those things haul ass.
I want to do that.
Definitely have to
Let's
do it.
go, Kathy.
All right, and there you go. Your Bizarre File. Let's take a break. And reminding you, we have a chance for you to win tickets to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers, The Strokes, and Thundercats Saturday, September 3rd at Citizens Bank Park. So it's secret text word. Text word secret to 39333. We'll see if you win by the end of the show. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
I love your success. I love seeing it. But it's been slow and steady and consistent.
Thanks. Yeah. No, I feel extremely lucky that that's been the case because I've been able to make And I think that people who follow me notice this. I've been able to make the stuff I want to make, as opposed to being able to try dancing around and trying to make people in the business happy or make Hollywood happy. It's funny when the people say stuff like to me on Twitter sometimes, like, you Hollywood liberals. I'm like, I don't live in Hollywood. I'm not part of like any like cabal of Hollywood. I live in Brooklyn with my wife and daughter. Like, I make everything outside the system. I directed 2 independent films, and I've made like 4 comedy specials, and they're totally separate from the business in so many ways. But so thanks, yeah.
When you tour from city to city and you come into Philadelphia, you have to pay, because you're getting paid. You have to pay a city wage tax, right? So how does that work when you're working in several different cities throughout?
This is the most technical question.
Yes. He just started part-time for H&R Block. So
These are questions that Wesley Snipes and Willie Nelson should have asked years ago. I file in like 27 states.
No kidding.
My accountant is a close friend.
Oh my God!
No, I mean we spend so much. My brother Joe runs my company, and
America's Guest.
Yeah, America's Guest, Joey Bag of Donuts, and our accountant Elliot does our taxes, and we do quarterlies. Literally, recently we talked about maybe we should do monthlies. Like, it's so much taxes all the time. But yeah, I think I file in 27 states.
That's just crazy.
So. Yeah.
You'll be back in town in November, so we'll see you when you're going to be playing
can't wait.
the Merriam Theater, and we'll make sure everybody is aware of that fact ahead of time. But listen, it's great to see you.
You too.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks
Mike
a lot.
Birbiglia. I wanted to bring this up. I know it's nothing that Kathy agrees with, but pubic hair is becoming more popular.
Aha! I knew it.
Yes.
Amongst the owners of said pubic hair, or the people who encounter said pubic hair?
The people who want to see said pubic hair.
Aha.
New data from the porn site RedTube.
RedTube, never heard of it.
Reveals that the bush is back.
The bush is back.
That's right.
Do you shave your bunghole?
Come on.
I have to ask.
I don't do that.
I mean, because some people have hairy.
No,
how would if we're talking pubes, there's a whole other side to that cookie.
How would I even do that? I mean,
you
lay on my back and put my legs behind my head.
Well, I mean, the question is, do you have a profoundly hairy ass?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then it's not an issue for you.
No, my ass is not hairy.
Okay.
I'm good.
But is your
Kathy,
Go ahead, say it, man.
Kathy has some information she wants to get.
Do you have a hairy butthole?
Is your actual butthole hairy?
See, I think you.
Does it look like that thing that almost swallows up Luke Skywalker on the desert planet? Does it look like that?
Yeah, that was my question.
What's that thing called?
Sarlacc?
The Sarlacc pit.
Does it look like the Sarlacc? Does it try to pull Lando Calrissian in?
Yeah! Could Manthe ask that, please?
Can I ask you something? Do you have a hairy butthole? Just asking. Is it like tendrils that stick out and grab you by your feet until, I don't know, later somebody throws you a lightsaber?
I don't recall the Sarlacc having any hair, and we need to pull up a picture.
Oh, they look like tentacles.
Yeah, but it's just the tentacles coming out and the teeth and everything.
Don't ruin this, Casey.
Anyhow.
Don't disturb our groove.
Anyway. Yes. So, no, I don't. I don't have a hairy butthole, and I don't.
I mean, if we're being clinical, we have to ask. To the senator from Arkansas, no, I do not have a hairy butthole. Thank you, sir. It took a lot of courage, Mr. Comey, to admit that.
Oh, dear God.
Listen, you might not have an overly hairy butthole, but there's hair back there.
Everybody's got hair there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's called JRBH, just right butthole.
Do you guys get lasered?
Yeah.
Do guys?
Possibly.
Guys do.
think so.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't.
There's your sphincter.
I don't care.
Is that what that?
That's the Sarlacc pit. Yeah.
You got to watch Jedi, Kathy.
I thought it was a person.
All right.
What?
No, my question was more about the Sarlacc.
He's distracted.
I'm glad that you
Casey, off air,
yourself.
I have an interesting fact to tell you about the
Okay,
Sarlacc pit.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
we can go there if you want. I don't care.
Man.
Well, when we were
I'd
in
rather talk
California.
about buttholes.
Did you see? Did you see a?
Jesus, who are you?
Well, now we're gonna get into this crap.
We've unleashed the beast.
When we
Wait a minute. I just want to point out, Kathy would rather talk about buttholes than Star Wars.
Well, here's the deal.
If given a choice,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go butthole.
She's going to go butthole. You brought up the grooming, and I think that is. I think it's just something that is a universal topic that people consider.
Yeah.
And so if you're talking about the front, you have to talk about the back. You agree with
Right.
that? Yeah.
I'm with you.
I mean, maybe we can put up a Twitter poll. So our likes or buttholes.
All right. Anyhow, I think it's nice if a woman tends to her area, and but just don't get rid of it all.
You don't like the hardwood. You like a little bit of carpet.
I think it's nice. I think
You know
it's,
what? I need a table saw sound effect. Something like that, Marissa. Okay. Get that for me.
All right. So anyhow, RedTube had revealed this: the most likely to seek out videos that have the hair are the over 65 crowd.
I want to see a really nice bush. And can I get some sponge cake and some cream soda, please? And then a very hairy bush. My evening set, hot spit. Boy, old people are fun. I like a piece of angel food cake, a cream soda, and a big hairy bush.
We have we need some music out of like the 1940s
And some
like
salad,
jazz
please.
or
Some
something
ointment,
like that.
please, for my knees.
My recollection of my high school career is a lot different than what it actually was because my mom brought me all of my report cards.
Okay, and what was your recollection?
My recollection was that I was not that bad. You know,
Okay.
I was above average. And
What's the reality?
The reality was I was about average.
Okay.
And
all right.
Yeah, and so grade school report cards. Go figure. You got graded on conduct. My conduct was always pretty bad. Unsatisfactory and stuff like that.
Do they still with the report cards? Do they still include teacher comments, or has that been excised from?
It depends on what grade they're in.
Like in high school, you're not going to get teacher comments.
I don't
Like there
think
would be,
so.
remember they would fill out. There would be like a number associated with the comment that they wanted. So you'd look and be
all
like,
right.
number 3. Work well with others.
I think in this hyper sensitive.
Yeah.
We go to meetings with the teachers.
A lot. You go a lot.
Yeah, we find out directly how they're doing, but
Is that that's not for all students, is it?
I have no idea.
God, they must not have any free time.
I'm amazed when they come in, but I mean, we have some special circumstances
Yes.
that they help us out with. And which is awesome, but I know in grade school they'll give you detailed. Caroline is a delight to be in this.
right,
blah, blah,
right,
blah.
right.
I always used to get the delight. I was a delight.
Were you a delight?
I was a complete delight.
In case you weren't a delight.
6th grade was it. Miss D.
You were a delight in Miss D's class?
I bet you what. I know what she wrote. Always eats in class.
No.
He's eating right now.
It's my breakfast.
I know.
Yes.
And it's just simply a bagel. all
It's
right?
just a bagel the way any broadcaster would eat a bagel live.
I don't have time to get it any other time, and I take my medication at a certain
Oh, my
point.
God.
Getting back to that or situation, excuse me, at an everything bagel.
I wasn't going to talk, but you brought me into the conversation.
Well, you are. It's presumed that you're going to participate.
I participate in between bites.
When the mic's
in
alive.
between bites.
There's just a general assumption that when we're on air, you might talk.
I am writing that down.
Yeah.
That is a T-shirt. I participate in between bites.
Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to eating my bagel, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Today, December 7th, 1940. Excuse me, I have to take another bite.
Hey, what's going on? It's Preston, and actually Nick is here with me as well. We're in California, and we're at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and we are here with Mr. Michael Giacchino, who has become a friend of the Preston and Steve show now.
That's my favorite thing. Friend of the show. That's my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah?
I've never heard that before. And then the last time I was on, I was like, friend of the show. I was like, yes.
Yeah. I think
Friend of the show.
You have to be on like
yes.
3 times, and then you
Then you become an
become a friend of the show.
There should be a pin or something that you get.
We can get that.
You get a pin or
Ribbon,
something?
like that.
Something that says friend of the show. Can't just be like, here's a WMMR pin.
No.
It's got to be legit.
We can come up with something.
Yeah. Next time he comes in studio, we got to present him with something.
Yeah, there should be some sort of coronation.
So Michael invited us out to be here while he is recording the score of the film Spider-Man, and we're at this legendary studio. Actually, he was giving us some of the details about this room that we're in right now.
Yeah, this room that we're in right here has been around for a long time, so long that it used to be Shirley Temple's shooting stage where she would make her movies. And, let's see, the original Planet of the Apes was recorded here. We had Jaws was recorded here. The Day the Earth Stood Still was recorded here. There's these amazing,
the iconic,
that whole thing.
And the 20th Century Fox theme.
Yep. That was done here. I mean, just oodles and oodles and oodles of things that you would know. Just incredible history here on this stage. And they barely touched the stage in all these years because once it sounds great, you don't want to mess with it.
I can imagine. And what you're not seeing right now, we're on a lunch break right now, but the amount of people that are involved when you're putting together music for a film. And today was a light day, even as far as the amount of musicians.
Today we did a smaller orchestra, maybe about, 50 people. But usually we would have like 100 people out here, 100-piece orchestra. But the cues we were covering today were just for smaller moments in the film, so there's no need to bring everyone in.
And this room, the studio as well, filled with people.
Yes.
I mean,
friends and family, and
you got engineers, you got you got the people that are actually working.
Yes,
in
we
there
have
as well.
we have music editors, we have recordists, we have Joel, the recording engineer, is in charge of everything. Jeff, my orchestrator, is over there. We have some people from Marvel who are here, just one of their lead music editor. And, we have everyone. The whole gang is here. Yeah. And then plus all of this.
Is Spider-Man a pretty easy character to write for? A pretty easy franchise to write for?
Not really, because they've made a lot of Spider-Man movies. Yeah. So you're thinking like, all right, well, I don't want to do what was done. And this is a whole new sort of approach to the character that they're taking, which is much more in line with what the original comics were.
Right.
High school kid, bitten by a spider, the whole thing. And the nice thing is it's not a full-on origin story.
Right.
So, well, we all know who Spider-Man
We've
is.
seen it.
And we've had it a couple of times,
So they're able to just kind of get into the movie and have some fun with it. And the kid, Tom, I call him a kid, but Tom Holland, he's incredible. He is just such a good Spider-Man. I think everyone's going to love him so much.
Another Brit playing an American character.
Yeah, well, they got amazing actors over there, right?
It's true.
Come on.
Where are
Benny
we?
Hill show.
Right.
I mean, it's all.
The list starts there. So where are we in the movie making process with Spider-Man: Homecoming?
They're still editing slightly. Now from now on, I think maybe the picture will change slightly with trims and different things like that. But what they're really working on now is finishing all the visual effects.
Okay.
Getting all of that stuff, as you saw today, a lot of the shots in there.
Yeah.
You could still see wires hooked up to him.
Yeah.
You could still see or like a sort of a previs of Spidey.
Which I think is crazy to us because we think of by the time the ads start running, the movie's in the can, it's done, it's ready to go. And it's not.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the music hasn't even been added to it yet. There's all these visual things that need to be fixed.
So much still going on in the film at this point. And it comes out in July, so it's just, there's not much time left.
Wow.
But it's the way it always is nowadays with films, It also depends on the filmmaker, depends on the director. Certain directors are much more, no, this is my film, that's it, it's done. Other ones are like, they want to keep changing it and keep trying different things, see if they can improve it. Everyone is different in the creative process, so you sort of have to be adaptable to whatever that process is. And every time you're on a film, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I'll bet. Another one of the amazing things that you don't realize until you've seen what goes on behind the scenes is on the 20th. So we'll chat with him in a little bit. We have a secret text word. Tickets to see Red Hot Chili Peppers this summer, coming up in the fall, September 3rd. So text word ticket to 39333, and we'll see if you can win. But in the meantime, I think it's been a little while since we've had to the almost said the Franklin Institute.
I know.
The Just Saying Institute.
Yeah.
We gave away tickets earlier to Harry Potter at the Franklin Institute.
The Just Saying Institute.
Yeah.
Home of the newly opened Anthony Cranston Memorial Brain Research and Nose Picking Center.
Really, they have so many incredible things and innovations coming out of the JSI.
They're constantly expanding, so that's why we get so many great studies from them.
It's been a big hit, their menstrual cup museum.
Oh, yeah. Through the ages.
Through the ages.
Menstrual cups through the ages. They start with one that's made out of a rock.
Stone, yeah.
It was just kind of hollowed out a little bit.
The Neanderthals really bled.
Oh, gross.
It's like a children's wading pool with a handle.
You weigh 10 pounds heavier when you walk around with that thing.
I'll feel better.
All right. If you've ever wondered if your brain could run out of space, the answer seems to be yes.
That's why I put an extension on.
Researchers in Canada found that older people have too much information in their heads, resulting in cluttered memories.
You know too much, old woman.
The study defines cluttered memory as one that struggles to recall specific or detailed information and events in comparison to younger people.
That's why I think people wandering the streets are always talking to themselves because they have immediate recall.
They got to get it all
Yeah.
out. Study author Dr. Lynn Hasher says these results may explain why wisdom and knowledge continue to grow as we age, even as memory declines.
Because you have a bigger volume of things to call upon, right?
I guess so. The issue is that on a day-to-day basis, the human mind constantly blocks out unnecessary information. But as we grow older, the mind's inhibition skills deteriorate, making it harder to focus on specific information.
Now, I think this is interesting because he was a fictional character, but Sherlock Holmes, as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote him, would purge unnecessary information from his mind to so that he could be a better detective. Only things that pertain to what he did for a living he kept in his mind because he had so much information.
That's interesting. I assume that's not.
I don't think you could do that.
I don't think you can do that.
It's like forget this. Okay,
right.
Yeah.
That'd be like a superhero power.
Right,
sometimes
right.
In a bizarre way.
It's kind of what you do on a computer when you need to clear space. You're like, you know what? I don't use this program.
And you can still find it though.
Yeah.
You can still go in. There's still remnants of it.
It's represented so well in the movie Inside Out. There are these creatures that they go. What their job is to clean out the inventory. And actually, Paula Poundstone was one of the voices of one of them. And they would go, oh yeah, here's the name of all the My Little Ponies. Forget them.
Yeah.
And then they would flush them. We don't need that anymore. Forget it.
Right.
And it's just. Why can't I remember certain little details? You just they're gone. They end off in that discard bin.
Right. I think my mind is wired to hold on to useless information over really pertinent, life essential information.
Yeah. Researchers say this results in a flood of information and memory impairment among older adults. But a cluttered memory isn't necessarily a bad thing. The data shows that it is very likely to be a sign of wisdom and lots of knowledge.
Do you ever dust your brain?
I don't dust my brain. I probably should. No. I'm not into dusting at all. Kathy, you would hate it, man.
Oh, God, yeah.
To me, a clean house is just no clutter and everything.
Oh.
And Rochelle's like, we need to dust. I'm like, dust?
Yeah.
What's that?
No, that's a straightened house. A clean house is when the dust and the junk is cleaned up.
Kath, I made a mistake.
And clean.
I do like straightened, and I do like. Honestly, I am in my room. I dust quite often.
No, I don't dust at all.
Because I have all my statues, and the last thing you want to see when you walk in anywhere is a dusty Batman.
Well, I've got a friend whose house is always meticulously straightened. It is in no way clean.
Okay.
It's. I mean, there's marks in the toilet.
Dust bunnies? Like skid marks?
Oh, my.
Well, you can't do that.
Like, infamously, if you ever use her bathroom, there's poop there.
Okay.
Poop, there it is.
I love that you have a clear definition of straightened.
Can we have
straightened and clean?
Can we have an exact name on this person?
No, no.
And what exactly they're eating that leaves a runway?
No, and they'll have a party and it's known that people are coming over
marks?
and there's skid
Oh, my
marks.
God.
Dude, how does
Toilet.
poop get on the bottom of a toilet seat is what I want to know.
That's where the poop falls.
Okay.
Oh, on the bottom of the toilet seat.
You have an explosive situation.
Yeah, I guess so.
Amazing.
But yeah, I see the same thing too. I'm like,
how?
Kids.
I'm living.
You didn't
when,
know you splattered on that one? Come on.
Don't you hate it when you've not to get too gross, when you ever had a situation now you have to go. Basically, I clean the complete toilet because it's like I don't know.
Oh yeah, happens every once in a
I
while.
want to CSI this sucker up.
Yeah. All right, here's another story. This one also another study that has to do with our brains as well. University of California researchers found that the human brain shows us images that are 15 seconds old instead of trying to update our vision in real time. And I don't quite understand
I understand that because I'm just in my brain now seeing you say 15 seconds old.
Okay, gotcha. I'm watching Casey pick his nose right now.
Well, that's like the half hour.
I know, but I'm way behind. So this is known as the continuity field.
Is this so we can dump out on curses?
The researchers say that it gives us more stability. Senior study author Professor David Whitney explains, if our brains were always updating in real time, the world would be a jittery place with constant fluctuations in shadow, light, and movement, and we'd feel like we're hallucinating all the time.
What the hell is he talking about?
Seahorses and stuff.
Yeah.
The lead study author,
Seahorses forever.
Dr. Mauro Manassi adds, we'd feel like we're hallucinating. No, he says, our brain is like a time machine. It keeps sending us back in time.
It's like we have an app that consolidates our visual input every 15 seconds into one impression so we can handle everyday life. I don't understand.
This guy's drinking.
I don't understand that.
They let a lunatic into the JSI.
It needs to be explained better. I believe what they're saying, but I just don't understand it.
I'll take a guess at it. I think you need there's a little bit of a delay processing so that things appear more fluid, and that's what I'm gathering. You're not.
Well, I don't know. I mean, because if somebody throws a ball to you, you catch it immediately. I mean, there's not.
It slows down and then you catch it.
Yeah,
yeah. Did it just take 15 seconds for that ball to reach me?
So I don't know if this is in
nanoseconds
comprehension or no. It's not nanoseconds. It says 15 seconds. Nick, you've got the fuller articles.
I'm wondering if it has anything to do with like how your memory interprets things that you see. So if Steve and I are having a conversation, and Steve, you're talking about something to me, and I'm watching you, like, will my memory of what our conversation is not be what you're saying at this exact moment, but what you said to me 15 seconds ago?
As the processing is going on.
And how I'm looking at you, I think what I'm looking at, when I remember it, it's not the immediate thing, it's what happened 15 seconds ago.
When you're talking to someone, because for me, right now, as I'm saying this, there's like 3 or 4 other things going on as well in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you have going on as well?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can also, it's so funny because, we do these live commercial endorsements throughout the morning show. I can literally be reading one and be thinking about something else at the same time.
Because you have to.
We do them so often.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not something that's not pertaining to what I'm talking about. I mean, like,
my balls hurt.
I could be thinking about what I'm doing later on today, or I've got to make sure I do this. I've got some kind of a task I need to take care of. Yeah. Or I'm something I've read might trigger a memory, and I'll start thinking about that while my mouth is continuing to say other things. I can't do that.
I know exactly what you're talking about, but that distracts me. If I start to do that, I know, okay, stop, or you're going to start to fumble up.
Right. Okay. Well, anyhow,
it's crazy.
This is a weird little report from the Just Saying Institute. Let me find something else.
It's actually scary.
That maybe we can wrap our minds around a little bit. All right, this is pretty cool.
Will it explain the marks on the bottom of that toilet cavity?
No. I mean, the marks can be explained.
Yeah.
Why they haven't been cleaned, we don't know. That's the mystery. No, a stem cell transplant has appeared to cure HIV in a woman for the first time. The woman who has not yet been named is joining 3 men who have been cured or likely been cured or likely been cured of the virus. This marks a large breakthrough in treatment for a virus that for decades was completely incurable. However, according to the NBC report, there is still a ways to go before the treatment can be widely used because it is a risky procedure involving the destruction of the immune system. Scientists have only tried it on those suffering from potentially deadly cancers. So that's why they've gone to this extreme.
So right now they can reduce the viral load inside from HIV in someone so that it's undetectable, like completely undetectable. And that's through a use of a cocktail of drugs. But I guess in extreme cases, here's an option, right?
I guess so, yeah. But this is a step in the right direction. You guys see the HIV medication ads that run?
Yes.
I see those
for like PrEP and all that, yeah.
I see that quite frequently. Well, just say it shows people living with it and taking this medication, and it's more of a what's the word I'm looking for? Like
maintenance therapeutic?
No, like a contemporary approach in the ad, where it's just showing couples doing regular things and stuff like that, and you know what I mean?
You remember when Magic Johnson announced he had it, and you thought, oh, okay, he's not long for this world.
Yeah,
and oh
at
my
that
God,
time, you made the announcement that you got it. In a fairly short amount of time, you were dead.
And here he is doing great. Yeah.
I have a single gay friend, Preston, who takes that drug daily, and it's just another level of prevention, right? So he practices safe sex on top of it, but he also takes that medication, and it's just it's a bit of peace of mind when it comes to anything that's an STD.
I also saw another story. I don't have it handy. I don't know what I did with it, but this one had to do with stem cell transplants. They're taking a pretty big leap forward in paralysis, curing paralysis. It's only in laboratory mice right now, but with using stem cells to regenerate nerve cells.
It's pretty amazing.
And from what I understood is that the big problem with it beforehand was they could regenerate these cells, but your body would reject them. But with this, using your own stem cells being able to
make that happen. Rejection is less likely.
It's pretty wild.
There's still a long way to go. It's not like, within the next 10 years, people are going to be popping up and walking, being cured of paralysis, but it's headed in the right direction.
Are we at
so
the
stuff
point
like
where
that's
if
amazing.
your legs don't work, rats could carry you?
How many
They had
rats?
enough of them,
Yeah.
maybe, depending on your weight and all that.
No, it's
And they have
amazing.
to put little harnesses on them and everything.
Yeah.
I think at least like 30 rats, right?
I think so.
Something like that,
yeah.
at least.
There is a
Maybe
conversion
more.
chart in my office.
Steve, you remember the old Chuck Wagon?
I loved it.
Dog commercials?
It was a
when you were
stop
kid?
motion
I
chuck,
loved
and the
it.
dog would chase it, but the chuck wagon would go into the bag.
Yeah.
And then the dog would go sliding into the bag, and
Yes.
oh, what am this?
This little wagon would come out with a team of horses, and it was about the size. They were about a foot tall.
Yeah,
and would
yeah.
run around the house,
And the dog would
and
go
the dog
running.
would chase after it. I missed that commercial.
I love that. I wanted that chuck wagon. I wanted the whole setup.
Yeah, Kathy, you don't remember that, do you?
No.
You're way too young.
Leave me alone.
You're just a child.
I'm waiting to see Santa.
All right. So anyhow, hang on. Going back to the story we had before about the 15. Are you watching the
Here's
commercial?
the commercial, Preston. Stuff on the big screen. Yeah.
Man, why couldn't that be real? Let me go to Evan, who wants to help explain the delay in seeing things.
All
Hi,
right.
Evan. Good morning.
Morning yet.
Good morning.
I just recently seen something on YouTube on It's Okay to Be Smart. They explain this exact phenomenon.
Okay.
So if you focus on one thing on one side of a room or like on your desk, and then you focus on something on the opposite side, you don't actually see the middle part. You just focus on the one thing, and then the other, your brain edits it out. It's not 15 seconds. That's way too long. Like,
Okay.
that's a really long time.
Stupid.
It's like milliseconds or nanoseconds. It's a very quick. So it's just so you don't constantly have blurry vision.
Okay, I got you.
what it
That
is.
makes total sense now. You know what? It's probably a typo in this. It may be 15, milliseconds or something like that.
Yes.
That's interesting. All right, thank you for clearing that up, Evan. I appreciate it.
Hey, no problem.
That makes sense. They need to conduct a study on what causes typos.
So as you're glancing from one thing to another, that
Right.
you're focusing on all that stuff you see in between here and there,
But you're not. It's not processing
but your
it.
brain doesn't process it and only goes to the things. Okay, thank you.
There you
Evan.
go.
That clears
Could
it
you
up.
imagine? That's how we can view porn. That makes a big difference.
No, it's not a typo, though. I pulled up the original article, and it says
okay.
about 15 seconds. But I guess the way that the brain processes it, that timing can be different.
Okay. All right. Well,
like pizza man at the door, spent.
All right. Let's see what else we got here at the Just Saying Institute. How about this? Wearing face masks. Kathy was saying, things are looking a little bit better in the land of COVID. And maybe in the very near future, we won't be wearing face masks as often. Some people might hang on to it and do it all the time just to be safe from flu and whatever might be
Jacked up grills.
lingering about. Well, Cardiff University says that wearing a face mask might actually make you appear more attractive. Researchers measured how different types of face masks change the attractiveness of 40 male faces, and they found the type of mask makes a difference.
I'm really much luckier with women now.
You know what? In fact, we touched on this, I
did.
think, when we talked on Fox last week, maybe on Fox Good Day. The blue medical masks were found to increase the attractiveness of most.
Also, I think what happens is a lot of people, there is an air of mystery from just seeing the eyes, and that was enticing as well. I don't know. Yeah.
So it says here that the study suggests, as according to the researcher, that the faces are considered most attractive when covered by the medical face masks. This may be because we are used to healthcare workers wearing blue masks, and now we associate these with people in caring or medical professions at a time when we feel vulnerable. We may find the wearing of medical masks reassuring and so feel more positive towards the wearer.
Stop and think about this, all right? You could be on a first date furiously picking your nose under the mask.
Right.
And it would be no issue.
I don't know. They might see you sticking your finger up.
Oh,
underneath
well,
there, so.
maybe you're just tickling your nose.
That's true.
Yeah.
Are you guys, you know what I look like? I just put a mask on. So let's just see.
No.
No, here.
I'm kidding.
I mean, do you think I look better, Kathy, with the mask on?
Okay.
Okay.
No.
Or he's got his Billy Bob teeth on.
I love those teeth. They're awesome.
That guy made millions off of these things.
Yes, he did. right, let me find something else here. This is the end of the music.
Okay. The hell is that?
I had never heard that before.
No.
I kind of like it.
I did too.
It gets much more dramatic.
That's the dance part.
All right.
Wow.
Things get real at the Just Saying Institute.
Many people use marijuana to help them relax and get a good night's sleep, but a new study finds that it may not help much. University of Toronto researchers looked at data from a 13-year period and found recent cannabis use was linked to getting both too much and too little sleep.
This is a bummer.
Among those who reported using marijuana in the last 30 days, 34% were more likely to report not getting enough sleep, and 56% were likely to report getting too much sleep compared to those who did not use the drug.
It sounds like results yielded from someone who was high. Not enough and too much.
Yeah.
That's what we found.
In addition, weed users were 31% more likely to have trouble falling asleep, staying asleep, and were 29% more likely to have talked to their doctors about their problems.
How can you fall asleep when you're slamming bugles?
Yeah. The study author, Dr. Karim Lada, says, I think the results were somewhat surprising because in our mind, anecdotally, cannabis seems to help with sleep, but the evidence to support that notion is just not there
It's
yet.
like a seahorse party.
Right.
You know where there's a huge boom right now for cannabis growers and shops is Oklahoma. Right in the middle of the country.
Yeah.
It's kind of surprising, but they're doing really, really well. And people that open up shops in Colorado and in California and are getting sort of priced out in those locations have moved. And they are opening up new shops because they can do it much cheaper in a place like Oklahoma. And it's been legalized there, at least medical. I'm not sure if it's recreational there or not yet, but it's kind of surprising because it's middle of the country. It's a little more of a red state than a blue state. And they're doing really, really well.
When I think of Oklahoma, I think of fertile ground.
Well,
You know
that's
what I
it.
mean? I think
Where the
about
wind comes.
No,
Yeah.
honestly, the farming has something to do with it.
Yeah, the
there's
breadbasket.
there's a real strong farming community
Quick
there.
question concerning that.
Yeah.
So can you say you grow your Oklahoma cannabis crop, can you ship that to another state?
I never understand the legalization when it comes to federal laws versus state laws.
Yeah,
And then-
federally, it's still illegal, right?
Right. So you would probably not be able to do it, right?
Mostly decriminalized federally, or at least not
Right.
prosecuted anymore. But yeah, crossing state lines, Steve, I don't know. I think like you can go in New Jersey now and buy it legally,
Right.
right? I don't think
You
it's
can't
legal
return with
to
it.
bring it to PA.
Yeah.
Not yet. It's not on sale there yet.
Okay.
From what I understand, unless I'm way off on this. But yeah, I would imagine, yes, you can't go over there and bring it back over here.
And it's hard to keep track of all those
Right.
rules, especially when you're high.
Yeah, so, but nonetheless, it's not necessarily good to
Seahorses forever.
to be using it simply for sleep alone. All right, this is an odd little story here from the Just Saying Institute. Humans are social creatures, of course, and social learning begins early. MIT researchers found that young children and even babies use a specific observation to determine whether two people have a strong relationship and a mutual obligation to each other.
So they see something that indicates this?
Well, if the two swap saliva.
Oh, if they're
find out.
kissing.
Yeah. In other words, if the people kiss, share food, or have other interactions that involve sharing saliva, like when you spit in somebody else's mouth.
Absolutely, yeah. Or butt to mouth.
The data shows that babies expect people who share saliva to come to one another's aid when one person is in distress, much more so than when people share toys or interact in other ways that don't involve saliva exchange.
So basically, they're seeing what everyone else is seeing.
What do you mean now?
This isn't. What do you mean?
So
This isn't groundbreaking. So a kid sees that a couple's a couple, right?
No. So the young children maybe specific. An observation to determine when two people have. Yeah, so that would be sharing food and stuff like that.
So they're just cueing on signs of affection.
Right.
Right?
Like any other person would. That's my point. If I saw you sharing food with somebody,
You would think I know that person.
I would think you know that person.
And that I would come to your
The
aid.
point of the study is that it happens early.
Oh,
Okay?
like
So
a
it
baby
happens
can
as
determine
a
that.
baby can determine that.
You know what I think? I think they're an item. In my little baby brain, I see them. They're exchanging food. They're swapping spit. They're kissing each other's genitals. I think there's something.
The study author says babies don't know in advance which relationships are the close or morally
I don't know. I'm a baby.
obliging ones, so they have to have some way of learning this by looking at what happons around them. So,
I got Google.
but it happens a lot earlier than people had originally thought.
Okay.
So.
Well, yeah, I can get that. I mean, listen, you know, you think babies aren't smart, but I've seen some type occasionally. They can do things.
Yeah?
You just have to give them an opportunity.
Let's do another baby story.
You better watch it, Kathy's going to come at you.
I know, man. She was very pointed in that.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't attacking you. I was just making an observation that
you were attacking
babies
the
are
Just Saying Institute.
Babies are seeing exactly what everyone sees.
Stop trying to brag, babies.
Oh my God, they're humans.
Yeah, really cool babies. We're not impressed.
This next story is from the University of Pennsylvania, an Ivy League school. Researchers found that giving cash aid to low-income mothers appears to help the brain development of their babies. Researcher Martha Farah, a neuroscientist, says this is a big scientific finding. It's proof that just giving families more money, even a modest amount of more money, leads to better brain development. The study found giving mothers with an average household income of $20,000 a year, $333 per month was enough to observe improved brain patterns in the baby.
Well, I assume they have to spend that money, right? You just can't. I'm going to put this on the table here. Here's $1,000.
Just look at
Get
it.
ready for some smart kids.
It's not clear how the money improved the infant's development, but researchers speculate that it could be a better diet, improved health care,
all those things,
and more time for the mothers to be with their babies.
And then they'll be writing studies about how babies can recognize kids.
The baby knows who I am.
And if these results hold up, they can factor into future debates on government aid. So there you go. Don't shoot the messenger. Okay.
Sometimes, universities just look for grants. And so I think I have something about how smart babies can be. I need $1 million.
That's a very pessimistic look at it, isn't it?
Well, no, but it is true. Grants, it's all about the grants, right?
Yeah.
Research.
It's all about the Benjamins.
Absolutely, man. Sorry to break it to you.
Scientists have a new theory that forgetting may actually be part of the learning process. They already do this.
Wait. There we go. My point has been made.
Trinity College Dublin researchers theorize that changes in our ability to access specific memories are based on environmental feedback and predictability. So rather than forgetting being an issue, rather than forgetting being an issue, it may be functional feature of the brain.
No, so this is tangential to your first story.
Yes,
it's not a repeat, but it's right there. It's right in the zone where you're almost repeating the first story, but with different words.
It may
even
be
a baby could recognize it.
It seems like the same information, just said differently.
Dude, the baby picked up on it.
Babies are smart.
The baby totally picked up on it.
It may be.
It kind of seems like the same information. and this is the show. It's in the Hall of Fame.
It may be a functional feature of the brain, allowing it to interact dynamically with the environment. The experts say that living in a changing world like ours, forgetting some memories may be beneficial, as this can lead to more flexible behavior and better decision-making and ultimately increase our well-being.
Do you know what fascinates me about this sort of aspect? We talk about Mary Lou Henner and her ability to remember everything in the way that she does. Yeah. We've brought it up to her. Moving past painful memories. When you can remember things as clearly, I mean, I think it's a mechanism of your brain to help tamp down things that bring you.
Well, I think she has to engage the recall. You know what I mean?
Does she?
Like she has to want to think about it as opposed to, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, like it's not all just floating there, but she,
right?
But it comes back so easily.
We will remember. We will lose details that I think can help soften it, and where she will. It's just as if it just.
It's a good
happened.
question, because the ones that really impact you, I think, are the ones that are the easiest to remember. You know what I mean?
Well, the ones that are the most profound ones are going to just stick right in there.
Yeah, like even really hurtful ones.
Right,
I mean,
yeah,
because they make this really, deep cut, for lack of a better term, I guess. What? You just remember something?
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay.
Kathy had her hand raised, and I was like, did you just change the oil in your car or something? Look at her fingernails.
Oh, my God, Casey. No, Casey, Okay, let's move on. Casey, I was going to actually show you this manicure and get your opinion on it.
Okay.
It does look like you're
Wait,
working.
hold on.
You look like my brother.
Hold on. I got to show you the picture that I showed. This is the worst manicure I've ever received in my life. I showed her the picture, and I got this, which makes it look
like you just got done
there's
changing the oil
stuck on my nails. And Casey, my question to you, I swear to God, I was like, I'm going to show Casey this when I get to work and see what he says.
Okay.
I was going to ask you for your honest opinion. Already got that. Thank you. And I was going to ask you if I just got this done yesterday, and here's full disclosure of what I pay for manicures. This was $42. Okay. I'm going to go back today to a different place and pay another $42 to get it redone because it's so bad.
Did you go to your usual place?
No,
and
it's
I don't
a new
mean
place.
to take away from the
No.
Just Saying Institute, but this
No.
literally, I thought there were two things. Two possibilities. Yes, you had changed the oil in your car, or when Casey made us look at it, or B, you had all the nail polish came off, and that was just
Let me
what was
describe it
Okay.
for the audience. Her each nail is outlined. The whole section of the nail is outlined in black.
Right, so think it's sort of like a nude nail
tips-
polish, and think of like a French manicure.
But black tips,
But black.
but lined around, it looks like in spots as well.
It looks dirty.
Right.
around your
So it goes around. So it's like a French manicure up top, and then there are some nails where the line goes down by the cuticle. And so I saw a picture, and it looked really like dainty and pretty, but put a little color, like a little black onto the nail. And this is what I walked out with. And I've never done this before in my life. Gone the very next day and just said take it all off and redo it. Like I'll live with it for a little bit, but this, and now that you made that comment, I'm done. I'm going today.
But you've got like Rowdy Piper size hand.
Wait, so Steve, it is not my normal place. It's a new place, a brand new place that opened, and my friends and I were like, oh, let's go try it. Both of us left. We were like, that was the worst manicure we've ever received.
But you got done what you wanted to get done.
No, here, I'll show you.
Because we're looking at pictures online of similar ones.
Yeah,
and I
Kathy,
guess
the one all the way. So the one that's highlighted with it's the Pinterest one. That does look like it. But I can.
No. Listen. I showed her a picture. She did similar to the picture. She just did a terrible job.
I like the French. I like the white French manicure. I think that to me is
elegant,
a beautiful look.
Yeah.
This does look, especially. I'm surprised you like it because to me it does look dirty.
No, it's not supposed to look
No,
dirty.
it's just on your thumbnails where they outline it to the cuticle. I'm like,
Right?
man,
it looks dirty.
I know. Oh my God. And I can't believe you said something because I promise you, in my head, I was like, I'm going to get Casey's opinion because he'll be truthful with me. And if he says it sucks, I'm going to pay again and just go today and get it fixed.
I need to take a closer look, but from afar, I was like,
no, that's, no, I'm good. I'm going to get it
That
done.
is a surprising look. Okay.
I am so sorry.
No, but it was.
I just saw that. I was like, okay.
It was
a mechanic in there.
A real moment. A real moment.
And you guys know me, how often I change my oil.
All right.
Well, we figured once you beat the car wash, you're all able to change your oil now.
Oh, my God.
That's all we have time for. The Just Saying Institute and Nail Salon.
More nail chat.
So we're going to wrap that up
let's
now.
put up. I'm sure Marissa's already on it. Take a picture of Kathy's nails and get the consensus.
Yes, absolutely. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back in a little bit because Harold Perrineau is going to be joining us in a little while. Don't forget tickets to see Red Hot Chili Peppers. All right, this summer I keep saying this summer. It's in September.
Well, no, it's summer, though. I mean, it's
I guess
not
so. September 3rd.
It's Labor Day weekend. It's a perfect time for a show.
All right, so text word
It's the
secret to 39333. We'll see if you win before the show's up. We'll be right back.
Have here. What Michael was telling us earlier is that basically they came in, they sat down, they're given the music, they start recording it. They haven't rehearsed it. They haven't rehearsed it on their own, much less with each other.
No, they haven't seen any of this music at all. I mean, they come in, they sit. That's how good they are.
Yeah.
You have to be as good a player to be able to come down, sit down, and whatever is put in front of you, you have to be able to play it.
And to
No matter
listen
what
to
is.
we would never be able to tell.
No.
We were sitting here watching the process, which is incredible. But to listen to it, you would think they've been rehearsing for days or weeks on end.
No.
Could you do it?
Could I? It depends. I did jump in on the cue on the Planet of the Apes when the piano player was stuck in traffic. But it was an easy cue, so I got in there and I did that, and that was fine.
Yeah.
But most of the stuff these guys do, it's such a specialized thing.
Yeah.
I kind of went in. I didn't do the performance route. I went into the composing and orchestrating and all of that instrumentation, that route. So all my time is spent there.
Right.
So I used to be able to play a lot better, but the more I write, the less I play, and so my fingers are rusty. But I get around it. It's fine.
Now, while you have this going on, you're in the thick of that. Are you able to juggle other projects at the same time? Work on completely diametrically opposed,
You mean like maybe films with apes in it?
Yeah,
or something like that? Yeah.
For example, one that comes to mind.
Yeah, I just literally a week ago finished Planet of the Apes. We actually have one more day of recording on the 25th for Planet of the Apes.
Wow.
But that's just we're going to catch the end credits and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the film was done, and that was this past Friday, and then here we are doing this. So.
Right.
You don't always want it to be like that, but it's been a crazy schedule the last couple of months, and but luckily, like who I'm working on Apes with, Matt Reeves, is such a good friend, and we've done everything together. He did Cloverfield, a film called Let Me In, the last Planet of the Apes, and this one, and right now he's scheduled to do the next Batman. So
wow.
So he's such a great filmmaker, such a good guy. So I love working with him, and he's very understanding about everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
And they're very kind about that. So we make room for it.
I was talking to Curtis, who is your assistant.
Yeah, Curtis is great. Curtis is a friend of the family, but also an incredibly talented musician. And what he does is he tracks all of the percussion changes, because what we do a lot of times when we're using big rhythm sections like this, we change things all the time. Change this, change that, do this, play that. Or they may pick a certain type of snare to play. It may say snare in the score, but we don't always know which snare they're taking. So what he does is tracks. Okay, they took this snare and they did that. So that way we can update our score. So when we walk out of here at the end of the day, it's exactly what we did.
Okay.
It reflects exactly what we did here today.
It's interesting to hear the changes on the fly too, because you'll do a version of it one way, and then you'll add an electric cello or electric guitar or something like that.
Take something out.
Take something out. Yeah, and it's fascinating to hear very subtle differences. And is that just something where something feels right for you?
Yeah.
You
I'm
go
just
with that?
listening to it, and I'm like, nah, that's not going to be right for this scene.
Yeah.
Because it's always about you want to track what's emotionally happening in the scene and make sure whatever the music's doing is reflecting that. So sometimes if, the first time you play it through, the percussion guys, they pick something, they do it, you go, okay, that's not exactly right. Or sometimes it's spot on what you want.
Right.
But it's always keeping an eye out for that to make sure it can't ever be about like, oh, I like this music I wrote, and we're just going to do whatever I want. It's got to be what is right for the film, what's right for the picture.
Well, as a composer, you have to be able to hear it without ever hearing it as you're writing it, because these guys haven't seen it, they haven't played it, meaning you haven't heard it. I'm sure you have a keyboard that you work on, you get an idea.
Mock-ups, I can do orchestral mock-ups with fake French horns and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's more so that the filmmakers can see it and hear it with an idea of what is going to be happening behind it.
Right.
But on a score like this, it's very tough because so much of what's going on, as you saw in that room over there, how are you ever going to mock that up to let anyone hear it? And part of my job is being a salesman, saying, trust me, this sounds like crap right now, but when we get in that room with those guys, it's going to be amazing. And you can't really do that. It doesn't work so much on an orchestral score. Orchestral score, they play what you write.
Right.
But when you have rhythm guys involved, they are just, they add their personality to it.
Especially a legend named Alex Acuna, who is playing on this film.
He almost lost his mind.
Yeah, he's a legend. I'm a drummer. I've been reading about him and listening to stuff since I was a teenager. So it was pretty cool to meet him and to watch him work in there. Thanks for letting me go in that room.
I know.
While they were...
They're so nice. Him and Walter.
Yeah.
They're amazing, and they're always a pair. Like they've been working on my films for ever.
And so you use them regularly?
Oh yeah,
okay, cool.
Well, he's played on everything.
He's worked with Elvis. He's worked with McCartney. He's worked with legends over the years, and now he's doing this.
And now he's with me. Yeah. Sadly, he's like,
He's getting a check though, right?
Yeah, he's getting a check.
It's all good. How long do you guys anticipate working on the Spider-Man?
This afternoon we're gonna do some a band afternoon where we have like the rhythm guys doing some rock stuff for some cues, and then we have 3 more days of recording, and then maybe a half day after that.
See, in the scheme of it all, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of time to me, as opposed to, filming is a different story, and they shoot a lot and then cut it down to what they want. But I was surprised to hear it was only like 3-4 days, maybe 5, something like that, and then you're done.
Yeah, that's it.
There's a lot of work leading up to it.
Maybe on both of these I did fairly quickly, So I might spend you want 8 weeks to write a score. Sometimes you don't have 8 weeks, but anywhere between 4 to 8 weeks. Wow. Star Wars, I had 4.5 weeks, and that was a nightmare because of the schedule, the way the schedule was.
4.5 weeks to write?
To write the whole thing.
It's not like it's an iconic movie.
Yeah, it's not. You can mess that one up and throw it on the pile.
No one will ever notice.
That's crazy.
So that was probably the craziest it's ever been. This was a little more flexible, which was nice, even though they were on top of each other.
Yeah.
And that Star Wars happened literally finishing Doctor Strange and then the next day going right on the Star Wars. So it was pretty brutal, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, come on, every morning I look up, there's stormtroopers on I was like, yeah, this is awesome. So,
it's really cool to be a part of this, but like for us in the Marvel universe and all of these we were huge fans of Lost, and we did a weekly recap, and you've been working with J.J. Abrams forever, and so just to be a small part of the viewing audience of this kind of thing it's not lost on us how cool this is.
It's cool because no one gets to see this side of things.
Right.
No one ever gets to visit this stuff. That's why I was always telling you, come on, you got to come out, you got to see what happens here, you got to do this. So
and here we are.
Yeah,
we made it.
You did it.
Speaking of Doctor Strange, I was at the movie. Credits come up and it says music, and I didn't know you'd done the music. Music by Michael Giacchino. I'm like, friend of the show, friend of the show.
You were sitting right next to me. You're like, Giacchino, friend of the show. We know that guy. So you did that. You did Rogue One last year. You have Spider-Man and Apes this year, and then we were talking a little bit earlier about some of the other ones that are coming up. I don't know if you're allowed to say or not.
Yeah, some no, but I have Incredibles 2 actually is coming up. I'll start writing that probably in the fall. And then also after that is Jurassic World 2.
Wow.
Right after that. So we'll be doing that around this time next year.
Yeah.
So it's a little busy.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But the biggest of the bigs out there. I mean, these are tentpole movies.
Small little movies.
Right? Indies.
Small. I only work on independent films that, that's small stuff.
Who would have knew a kid from South Jersey, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Look at that
See,
guy.
I know how to sneak into places.
Sneaking into the vet.
Yeah, exactly.
Spectrum.
All that.
Learn how to do it.
Sneak
That's
into
awesome.
Hollywood. I know how to do it.
Do you think you'll ever do any more live scoring with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Man or anything
We
like
want
that?
to, yeah, absolutely. We'd love to do the third Star Trek film with them. Absolutely, because we did the other ones. We'd love to do that one.
They're so much fun, and the Man is a great place to see anything, to witness anything. But when you get the live scoring, last year I went and saw Back to the Future.
That was fun,
and
right?
It was a blast.
It's so much fun to do. We're trying to get Rogue One figured out where we're going to do that because we're preparing that. But yeah, we're always looking to do that kind of stuff. We want to do Up. We want to do. There's so many. And that's what's so nice about the films I get to work on. They're the kind of things where you can take them to an audience like that, and people will come and see them because the Pixar films are amazing, and they're all just fun movies that you want to go and hang out and have fun watching. So.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for having us here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. We're excited.
Glad you came.
Taking the lunch break, then going back to work. So, Michael Giacchino.
Nice job.
Yes.
What caused a herd of cows to jump to its death from a cliff in Switzerland last week? That is the question pondered by farming experts in the area.
You know what they're labeling this, Preston?
No. Oh.
An utter catastrophe. Oh, my God! It's been a while, but the return of the utter catastrophe joke.
I never see that setup coming. I get these stories ready to go in the morning and sometimes think, I wonder what Steve will say about this.
But they don't know what moved them to do that?
Man, we're milking this one!
No one knows what may have steered them off of the cliff.
It just doesn't stop!
Yeah.
Still going.
Before they had to hoof it out of there.
All right.
Okay.
What else you got?
Teats. All right, anyhow, the 13 Heron cows broke...
The crowd loved it.
I did. They did.
You can hear the applause.
Broke out of their pen, ran towards a cliff, and either fell or threw themselves off the 50-meter drop last Wednesday night. Wow. 12 of them died. The 13th actually survived, probably because it landed on the others.
but was injured and taken to an animal hospital. The cows broke through several lines around the pasture before finding themselves on the ridge. They fell into the void as though they were forced into it. The president of Farming Insurance Company in the region told the paper, in total, the cows were thought to be worth about 20,000 francs.
They're saying the remaining cow's odds are half and half.
God.
Got one more.
Oh, my God. That one I actually like. Okay. That was good. They belong, even though it was cheesy.
It's a dairy product.
That's right. So they belonged to several owners, but were all grazing on land belonging to a local couple who said that they thought some kind of predator must have chased the beasts off the cliff.
That must have been one hell of a predator. It's not.
Yeah.
They're not even considering a suicide cult.
Nevertheless, the behavior was
a bovine suicide cult.
Yeah. I think they need to consider all.
We're just cows.
In a new study, the finding of which was published in the Journal of Molecular Psychiatry.
Yeah, I get it all the time.
Has said that women are more likely to have a mind-reading gene mutation that gives them the ability to read a person's thoughts and emotions by looking at their eyes. The scientists found that the genetic variants on chromosome 3 in women are associated with their ability to read the mind in the eyes, known as cognitive empathy.
Yes.
Which is an interesting term.
I could see that, though.
Yeah.
Do you find that you're intuitive, Kathy? Like when, for example, Dennis sees your Target bill. Can you see into his eyes?
No, but I think I could look... and more so, though, with men than women. Like if do you know what I'm saying? Like if it was a girlfriend of mine, I'm not sure that I would necessarily be able to tell. Maybe that's because we're I don't know, better at hiding.
Cancel each other out.
Or something like that. But and not just, and like maybe you guys too, or other men that I'm close with.
Do you want to see my defensive face so that I can show?
Yeah, let's see if I can.
Right, Preston?
Yeah, you look stupid.
Yeah.
I know that face.
I go gump. I'm going gump.
I'm going dumb. I'm going gump. She'll never break through.
I gotta go gump on this one, or she'll be on to me. I don't know.
You know what? I don't find myself trying to think too much about trying to read people. Casey reads people a lot, I think. Do you notice that about yourself, Casey?
Yeah, well, I was a communications major. So.
That's where they teach you to read people.
Yeah,
no, but exactly. I find that Casey reads people a lot and can say that, he's lying. Or he's thinking about something else.
Hey, Preston.
Yep.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Hold it up.
Look into my eyes. What's the picture of?
It's a penis. I knew it. Steve, I didn't even see you.
All right.
That's just because you guys are in love.
That's just because I know.
Let me do it. All right.
Are you going to draw a picture?
Yes.
Dude, I totally nailed that.
Yes, you did.
What else would you draw? I almost said butthole.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Steve drew a picture of... What is it? A penis. A hairy penis.
I knew it was hairy balls.
I drew it with hairy balls.
Okay. All right.
Kathy, you going to draw something?
Yeah.
Well, Kathy should be able to divine.
You know what? Yeah.
All of you are going to draw a penis.
Talking about the new
Is there any
series
guy
From, which
here?
is on Epix on the 20th. But there was an interesting thing that happened with the game Wordle.
Yes.
Yesterday. So Casey and I play, and we text each other, the difficulty of the word or the results that we get without giving it away to each other. And he had sent me his results. I had seen it, but I didn't know what the word was, obviously. And I solved it later on in the day.
What was the word? Because I never got it yesterday.
Well, it depends.
Oh.
Okay, so that's why I'm bringing this up. So I'd send him over the word, which for me was agora. I go, what the hell is agora anyway?
Uh-huh.
And then you got back to me and you wrote with a question mark and you wrote aroma.
Yeah.
Question mark. And I'm like, no, my word was agora. His word was aroma.
Yeah.
And this isn't giving anything away because you can't go for that word anymore because it's a 24-hour period. It was yesterday's. So that was a big deal. There were two different answers yesterday. And so everybody who plays the game was like, what the hell's going on if they started talking to other people about it?
My wife's addicted now, by the way.
So contrary to earlier statements by the new owner of the New York Times, The internet puzzle sensation has undergone some changes. They had said that they weren't going to change anything, leading
And
to
then they changed it.
a split between those playing the old version and those playing the new one.
Interesting.
So those still accessing the original version created by Josh Wardle, which is his name, by the way. The game is a play on his name, had Agora as the correct answer, while those playing the version now owned by the New York Times after it.
You can be confident we're not going to change anything. Here are the list of the changes.
After it had switched hands for a low seven-figure sum. Aroma was the word that you got it. So Casey, that's also why your scores, the ones you had solved, your record had changed. So somehow or another, you got on the new version with the New York Times. I have not yet, and I don't know.
That has nothing to do with us, right? Like to get on the new one. It's not like there's a new website to go to, right? It just has to do with them.
I don't know. I don't. So it didn't really fully explain. So
what is Agora? As in agoraphobia?
No, it turns out that it is an agora. It refers to the public square in ancient Greek cities.
All right.
So it's a pretty obscure word.
Yes, very much.
But I did get it.
Good.
Took me 5.
So, and you would know you got it because you got all the proper colors, everything lined up, even if you didn't know what the word was.
But Steve, you're right. I mean, that's where we get agoraphobia.
Okay.
People are afraid of going to a public place, an ancient square in Greece. So that's where that word comes from.
So this deviation comes just a day after Times Communications Director Jordan Cohen had told The Guardian in an email that nothing has changed about the gameplay in response to player complaints that Wordle was getting more difficult. This also comes after some players' long-running Wordle streaks broke as the Times migrated the game to its own servers. Now, the New York Times might not have intended to change up the gameplay. However, it did begin banning a series of words from Wordle's database last week. Those include some racial and gendered slurs, but also other phrases like pussy, poople, and agora. Agora it has actually now been removed.
All right, so
they didn't say why. But
just jump in here now. You could easily do this as 6 letters, correct?
Yeah.
So you can always evolve the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You'd probably have to give more guesses than 6 because it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So it says there's one easy way for players to avoid the problem like that in the future, and that is to refresh the URL for the game and make sure that you're playing via the New York Times.
Yeah, so it has to do, it has to do with the URL and the old one. So if you're still going to that old URL, it's redirecting you to the New York Times as opposed to just going directly to the New York Times.
How do I
URL.
find the new URL? Because Casey didn't change anything.
Yeah. So, but my streak is now at 2 for some reason. 2.
Right.
Hold on, I'm going to see if
I'm at
it says here.
25 or something like that. So.
Are you going to be pissed when it goes back to
a little bit. I mean, listen, I'll be playing it for a while, so
yeah.
But I don't know. Let me see what my streak is. 30. Yeah, I'm at 30 wins.
Oh,
so
man.
yeah.
So when it resets, that's gonna suck.
Yep. I'll just have to add 30 to it. Or 31 after I finish today, I guess. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So anyhow, there was a bit of a glitch, bit of a hiccup.
It is a big buzz game.
That's that whole thing.
It's wild to watch these things. I remember what preceded this? It was
that trivia game.
Right. Yes.
What was that one? It was every night. We talked to the host.
Right.
High Q.
High Q.
Yeah.
That was all the rage. And the gentleman committed suicide.
The host.
Yeah, wasn't that the case?
No. Well, maybe somebody associated with it did, but no, I saw that guy that we had on the show and in studio do a commercial over the weekend that he's hosting some other trivia contest.
Somebody did, though, associated with the game.
Okay.
It was sad, but so probably not him then.
No.
But yeah, that was, and then before that, what preceded that? There was Words with Friends.
Yeah, Words with Angry Birds, you know.
Well,
and
now
those games are still around.
Yeah. Well, now there's spin-offs of Wordle. Nick, what's the geography one?
It's difficult to say, but it's Wordle.
Oh,
that's a terrible name.
There's one somebody just texted in about called Quirtle, which is you have to find 4 words in 9 guesses.
Why not Girdle?
There's also dirty versions of Wordle. I can't remember the name, but so you can use naughty words.
Turtle.
Turtle. Yeah, that's just boring. Girdle.
Yeah,
The word is always turtle.
So there's lots of
got
it. Turtle. I got it in 5.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to be turtle. You should have got it on.
So I guess I'll have to do that. I'll have to refresh it and start all over because that's where it's going to live from now on.
Phone job.
Times. Yeah. If gaming is what you're into, on a different level, maybe gambling is for you. And I saw this study: America's commercial casinos won $53 billion in 2021, which is the best year ever, according to the figures released on Tuesday. And that's only lightly for the online stuff. It's people are going to the casinos like crazy in person.
It's probably symbiotic. You're playing the game on. You're playing the app. And then you're going to do both. You're now reemerging into that frame of thinking, and you're enjoying it. I'm starting to be seduced into taking a crack at trying one of these online casinos.
Oh, no kidding. Well, the American Gaming Association, the gambling industry's national trade, released year-end figures showing that in-person gambling continues to be the main source of revenue for the gambling industry, even as internet and sports betting continue to grow in the U.S. Of $53 billion won by casinos is more than 20% higher than the previous best year, which came in 2019 before the pandemic.
Well, stop and think about this. Wasn't it the case in Vegas where the casinos stayed open, a good portion of them?
I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
Yesterday, Preston, we were talking. I think Steve, you asked about when Preston would be up and down, and then
Right.
There were a
As
few
Mr. Devereaux.
a few down moments. Preston, when you would gamble at casinos, in case of you too, like, did you guys ever experience? Because this is what happens to me. I get overly nervous, and the nerves outweigh the pleasure of winning for me. Like I get so nervous about losing
You're not
money.
having fun.
Exactly. Yeah. If I'm at a table where we're playing blackjack and it's $2 a hand, and I don't really care about the money, I'm gonna have a good time. But like if I'm down, even if it's only $100 or $200, it makes me almost nauseous.
I wouldn't call it nervous. I would get nervous at the beginning when it was time to start playing, and then settle in. And if I was losing, I wouldn't get nervous. I'd just get angry.
Annoyed.
Okay.
Yeah. So annoyed.
I'll tell you where the app stuff can make a difference, I think, for people. If you go to a casino table and the people are practiced at the game like it's blackjack, and you start to screw up the table because you're a neophyte,
you're messing the other people up.
Then oh my God, I'm screwing this up. I don't think you would have that occurrence on an app, right?
No, because because I don't necessarily think your bets are going to affect anybody else on the app. When you sit down at a table, if you hit or don't hit, that affects everybody after you and actually before you as well. But Nick, for me, I'm not nervous until I'm down to my last bet.
Okay.
I have gotten to, I've been going to casinos for over 20 years now. The first time, I went like at 21 years old, I didn't know any better. And I would hit the ATMs there and blah, blah, blah. So when I go now, I have a set amount of money that I am, quote unquote, willing to lose, right? And it's usually never more than like $200, right? So when I get down to that last $20 or $25 or $10 bet, if it's the last one, that's the one where I go, oh, man. I get nervous.
Yeah, I had a friend when he'd go to the casinos, and the only time he would ever win was when he would go to the ATM machine. Like, he would be like, hey!
I told this story before.
Ding, 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 ding.
I went with this is years ago. My father was on every Million Mile Club, and he was flying coast to coast for business. So he had all these vouchers for air travel. So my buddy and I went to Las Vegas, and we were having a great time. He found out so quickly that he could be addicted to gambling. I literally, and I'm like, he was going to give me that card. Give me your ATM card. It was that terrifying. I'm like, you got to stop.
Yeah, some people have that type of personality.
Yeah.
There used to be a place on the Strip in Vegas called O'Shea's, and it was a quote-unquote Irish casino, and it was not at all remotely Irish. But they had cheap tables. You could even go on there on a Saturday, and to me, that was a lot of fun. You go with friends. I really like playing blackjack. I'm not great at it, but I think it's a fun card game to play. I just like if it's a minimum buy-in is $50 or $25, I just feel like, oh man, I'm going to lose a lot of money here.
Well, you know what you see, and this happens all the time, and it's the way it circulates over, especially like in Vegas and probably in AC as well, is that what happens is you'll see them run down their reserves. They'll go to those cheap tables, build it back up, and bring it back across if they can bring it back up. It's pretty wild.
So the study shows that many gamblers have not been deterred from visiting a casino in person. Even during the pandemic, the casinos have spent millions on health and safety protocols to try and limit the spread of the virus. The numbers do not include, by the way, tribal casinos, which report their revenues separately, but tribal leaders have similarly shared that 2021 was their best year on record.
It's amazing.
Like ever.
It's amazing.
Of the 33 states plus Washington, D.C. that have commercial gambling, 23 set records for 23 of those set records for revenue last year. Almost $45 billion was won from in-person gamblers at casinos last year, up 6.6% from 2019, which was the last biggest year.
So do you think the casinos make money off the gamblers, Preston?
You know, they should do a study on that.
It's like that great scene in Lost in America. You know, Albert Brooks has lost all the money. But if you give it back, think what that says. No. That's not how it works.
Sports betting continued its rapid growth with more than $57 billion wagered legally on games last year, which is an increase of 165% from 2020. Of course, there's more sports than there were in 2020. Of that total, casinos and racetrack sports books saw nearly $4.3 billion in revenue after winning bets and other expenses were paid, and that's up 177% from 2020.
I was thinking that story about, Case, about the guy who bet a couple of million, 7, 8, 9 million on
$9.5 million, yeah.
So I thought it was wild in the story, Preston, as you were relaying it, that because he was using a specific app, he had to cross state lines, go make the bet, and then come back. Yeah,
Yeah, that's why all the ads we do say must be present in Pennsylvania.
Right.
Yeah. We it was 2020 when the pandemic hit, right? Yeah. So I actually was in an Atlantic City casino in the summer of 2020. So when I was doing the tour de shore,
right,
I usually drop my car off in AC, and then that way when I land there after the ride's over, I have my car. And so I did that, and I walked into. I was like, let me just see what this is like, because during the summer in August of 2020, the casinos were open, but it was weird. Not a lot of people were in there.
Yeah.
There were.
It's changed though.
Hand sanitizing stations all over the place. Plexiglass up, masks on. It was bizarre. But I don't think I've been in a casino since. Right?
Have you been to
Well,
Live?
no, I was in Parks.
Yeah, you've been to Parks. Yeah. Right, for the Christmas Miracle.
Christmas Miracle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been to Live.
Yeah,
I didn't gamble there, but I have been there. It's cool.
Very clean.
Yeah.
I like a clean casino.
Mm-hmm.
You know what though? Like yes, I do need a clean casino and not smoking and all.
I just straighten.
Adjust your machines.
Right, not just straightened, Preston. But that whole atmosphere for me is like it's just not me. I'm doing the reads for DraftKings.
Yeah.
See, it's just an app. So to me, if I could potentially win money, I would rather just do it there than have to go. I mean, I get it. I get the Vegas and all that, but it's just not me, and I'm not comfortable, and I don't like it.
You know what's funny about in the casino? So we went for my son's 21st birthday, went to Harrah's, and we had a private table and did all this stuff, gambled all night. It was a lot of fun. But I decided, I'm like, I haven't played slots in forever. I'm going to go play slots for a little bit. I sat down, I'm like, I don't know how to play slots anymore. I don't know how to work this machine.
Dude, there's 1,000 lines and but I will say I don't like hitting the button to make the wheels go. I like to pull that level.
That is a tactile thing. You kind of need that. I agree.
Yeah, it gets old after a few minutes. And then you're like, okay. But now you don't even want to push a button. You just want to think about it. Just think
Move it with your
it
brain.
happen.
But I kind of only play Wheel of Fortune slots. That's the only ones that I don't know. Those, for some reason, that's just the one that I go to.
I sat there for a little while, and I'm like, this is stupid. And I'm like, Kathy, my inner Kathy came out. This is dumb. This is stupid. I'm leaving. They don't even dust this place.
I think it's rather ironic, ma'am, you complaining about us dusting with those filthy nails of yours.
Yeah. So anyhow, combined sports betting and internet gambling revenue for the year totaled $8 billion, which is up 158% from 2020.
That's crazy money.
And accounting for a record of 15.1% of annual gambling revenue. So that right now, it looks like the online stuff for internet gambling is about 15%.
I did like sitting at the craps table with you, Press. I don't, and if I went to a craps table right now, I would completely forget how to play it.
Right.
But I was with you, and you were, talking me through it, and I, kind of just was mimicking what other people were doing. But that to me is probably the most exciting table.
It's
in a
it's
casino.
an exciting game, especially when something gets going. People yell and make a lot of noise. And
Also, the
high
easiest to
five
act pompous, right, Preston? Is you're there. Come on, baby.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to do that because then you look like an a-hole. But, we're still waiting on Harold Pirno, Marissa. We're a minute or two away or something like that. I'm getting some signals, but he should be. I see kind of a smile under her mask, so I think we're getting ready to bring him on here in just a second. Are we doing this on the phone or Zoom?
No, it's on the phone.
It is on the phone. Okay, so we'll get him on in just a moment or two. And in fact, I believe he is ready to go. So obviously, our next guest from shows like Lost and Claws and movies like Romeo and Juliet and the Matrix films and all this stuff. Excited about this show. I like the concept.
Yes.
The series is called From, and it premieres on Epix on Sunday, by the way. Please welcome Mr. Harold Pirno to the show this morning. Harold, good morning to you, sir.
What's going on, Sam? How's everybody doing?
We're doing good, man. How you been?
I am good here in early LA.
Yeah, early LA, definitely. Hey, Harold, by the way, so catching a little bit about this show, and I don't like to know too much going into shows. I get a vibe, I get a feel, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to check it out. I don't want to find out too much ahead of time, but I do know a little bit about the premise, and I love the premise of shows and stories that involve a kind of, hey, you guys are new, welcome to the town, and by the way, you can't ever leave here.
Exactly. So settle in and let's get it.
Well,
that's exactly what From is.
Okay.
So this is a straight up, and I've read a very positive reviews from a number of horror sites that I go to, and just in general, like genre sites, and it has it's deep into the horror, and it comes with a pedigree because both of the executive producers produced on Lost as well, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, Jack Bender and Jeff Tinker are both producers who went on to do lots of other really great things, Game of Thrones, and just a bunch of other shows. They're really just great at producing shows that have sci-fi and mystery, but like a lot of human connection. So they're really, really good at that.
Well, that's what a number of the reviews were saying, and just reading up on the series, you have this ensemble, and as Lost was an ensemble show, and you have all these quirky characters, and it seems to be a number of people have mentioned, and it looks that way to me. It's kind of a Lost Stephen King sort of hybrid. But you're the head muckety muck. Explain who your character is.
Well, my muckety muck name is Boyd Stevens, and I'm sort of the appointed sheriff in this town. And like you said, it's a town where nobody leaves. Once you find yourself at this tree and the ravens show up, you are now stuck in our little town. And so I'm there to sort of enforce the rules in the part of town that I live in. It's really interesting. We have two separate sort of places. We have one called The Town, that's where I'm the sheriff, and one place called the Colony House, where it's a little more hedonistic, where people kind of like live for the day and like there are no real rules. So you have these two very separate places in this one town, and different ways to handle the nightmare that's in the forest, and that's people that come out and eat you at night.
I love that. Yeah, that's a trope that works. You have these different people, and I was describing the first episode again. I desperately want to see it. I can't wait for Sunday. Of the people in the town rushing home to close their doors and lock the windows because whatever is coming, they are obviously terrified of it. How many episodes is this? Is this a one and done series, Harold?
No, sir. We have 10 episodes this first season. We're hoping that we get to come back for another season. But yeah, which makes it really different than shows like Lost, where they had like 22 episodes, and so sometimes they kind of meandered around the story. This one we have 10. We're in and we're out, and so like there's a lot of action. There's a lot of story to tell. There are lots of characters to explore the relationships before they got to this town, and now that they are in the town. So it's really proud.
No, definitely. I'm on board. Again, the reviews, especially in a number of sites that I trust, are really effusive about it. What I'm curious though, we made Lost a centerpiece of our show, and I was reading an article about how Lost basically started, the binge concept and the communal, and spoiler alerts and all that stuff. Do you now, knowing that not everyone, and we've since learned that it happens occasionally, like with Game of Thrones, was happy with how it wrapped up, do you look at it, when you take on a project, is your first question, how does this end?
That indeed should be my first question. Like, yo, hey, you guys actually know how this ends? I don't want the backlash. They're in purgatory. No, they're not in purgatory. No, it's not a prerequisite for me. Like, look, again, I said, I know that these guys know how to do the show. The one thing I think about Lost is even if you hated the ending, you had 6 years that was so much fun, so many questions, and so much, you know what I mean? Like, I got it. I dated girls for a long time, and at the end, it was fucking so that's kind of how I feel about that. Like, I hope, I think this guy, John Griffin, who wrote this show, he says he's got an ending, but they said they had an ending. But he says he has an ending. He says he knows exactly where it's going. And so I trust him. He wrote an amazing first season. And so I say get on the ride. Like, just get on and, like, have fun. And we'll worry about the end when we get to the end.
All right.
That's what I'm saying.
It's interesting how you phrase that, Harold, about Lost, whether or not you were happy with the ending, because it wasn't just about the ride. It was, that show was rife with Easter eggs, and I think that was the first time that we learned about hunting for things that were in the background and looking for little clues along the way. And we had years and years of that, and it was really great. And several shows have carried on that theme, and hopefully we'll see some of that in From as well. Little things in the background to look for.
I think we definitely will. I think audiences now have their investigative tools all honed, and they're ready to go. And so we have them in From. We certainly have things in the background and things that go on. And you go like, oh, that's why he was. Those things are there for sure. They make it a lot of fun for people who are watching it, and they make it fun for us, even as actors, like doing it, like when we do a thing and find out, 7 episodes later, oh, that's what I got. Okay,
right.
I see how. It's a lot of fun.
Well, what I'm appreciating, Harold, is a lot of the critics, a lot of the people are saying that this, again, talking about being straight horror, that there's also there's a blood factor. There's it's hitting all the right horror notes. You yourself appear to be a horror fan, are you?
I am not, sir. I am not a horror fan at all. For me, it's most of the time horror is like bad people like doing bad things to other bad people. A lot of times, there's always a good person. But I feel like not enough of that in my own life. I'm good. I don't want to do
You've got enough horror. Yeah.
That's okay. But I do get hired to do it, quite often. Not horror necessarily, but I get hired to do like suspense or sci-fi or things like that, The Matrix. You know what I mean? Like things like that. And so I really do love that. And fortunately for me, what I often get called in to do is play a character to really make that character grounded. And that's really what I like to do, because that really seals the audience into the show. Because if they can identify with me or identify with, the nurse in our show or the young deputy or anybody, they're more apt to have a really good time. You start asking yourself the questions of what would I do? How would I get out of this thing? Right. And that's the beat, is the fun of it.
Right.
So, the horror is there. It's gory. There's a lot of blood. But you're not sitting around waiting to see, like, oh, how is, the next person going to get their neck snapped?
Yeah.
Like that. You're waiting around to see how they're going to get out of the next hairy situation.
All right.
That's what it is. And that for me is fun.
Harold, the show was shot in Nova Scotia and Halifax, and for some bizarre reason, I've always wanted to go to Nova Scotia. I don't know why. I think it's just kind of a funny-sounding name, Nova Scotia, and it sounded interesting to me.
Is it nice there? Did you like it there?
Hey, I'm going to tell you, man, if you get a chance to go to Nova Scotia, you should go.
Okay.
It is a beautiful town surrounded by water. The people are generous and wonderful. And they have a really, what I didn't know until I got there, what a big history they have in wars that we've had on this continent. You know, they're sort of the first contact point. And so they have so much history with ways they were able to spy in World War I and II, and the things that they were able to accomplish. They were the first ship that the Titanic was able to port at. Like when the first ships went to rescue them from Nova Scotia, they were able to port the Titanic back to Nova Scotia. It's rich with a lot of history. Like it has a lot of that kind of history and just a lot of cultural history. It's beautiful, by the way.
Okay.
It is beautiful. So go.
All right.
Your instincts are correct.
Harold Pierno approved.
Yes.
Done deal.
Yeah.
Booking it now. All right, well, listen.
In fact, if we get a second season, come visit me.
All right, you got it.
We're going to take you up on that.
Definitely. All right, Epics on Sunday. It's called From. It stars Harold Perrineau, and you should check this out for sure. Thank you, Harold. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
All right, you too. Harold Perrineau. All right. He's great. I love him. Not a very good phone, but nonetheless, got the vibe. And I hope it's a good show. I hope for him and for us, because I want another good, freaky show. It reminds me, just on the surface level, little elements of Wayward Pines.
Wayward Pines, The Mist.
Yep.
And then there's a scene that's described again. I wish we were. They sent us screener copies, but there's a scene that sounds like described, Preston, out of Salem's Lot when Danny, like someone who's passed away, is outside the house trying to get in.
Ooh.
And that's give me more of that.
I like that.
Yep.
Nice. All right, well, let us take a break and come back in a second and get you some bizarre file stories. They are on the way, so we'll return in just a moment. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
Kathy,
all right.
I drew a picture.
Okay.
Kathy, really look into
Casey's eyes. Okay.
Okay.
It's a dog's penis.
No.
Am I close?
Preston.
All right.
What did I draw?
This time you drew a butthole.
No, I drew boobs.
Okay.
Nick drew boobs too.
All right, Kathy. Can you see it?
No.
I can't.
I'm guessing what you drew?
Yes. Now look, you got to look into Preston's eyes. Preston, you have to let her see your eyes.
Yeah, don't cover your eyes up.
And don't go gump.
A butthole.
She's terrible at
Close. It's a vagina. No, wait, that's a penis. I'm sorry.
That's a
Veiny.
Veiny, too.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
Okay.
You want?
Have we proved anything here?
All right, do you want to see what I drew?
Yeah.
No, wait, no, look at Kathy's eyes.
Steve, do it to Steve. He's better.
All right. I can't see through the paper. Something you drew.
Look at her eyes. The eyes should give it away.
Yeah, the eyes are the window of the soul.
Yeah.
Soul is in Korea.
Also a fish.
It's also a shoe part.
Yeah.
And it's also a type of music.
Listen, when you guys like doodle, that you draw penises.
I know.
What do you think? Like for real though, what do you think?
Big sweaty vagina.
No, that's not what I would do.
All right, hang on,
not what I would.
All right, so I think you're going to draw.
Vaginas are hard to draw. Penises
They are
easy to draw.
Draw a taco and add extra lettuce. Yeah. Is it a penis?
It's not.
Okay.
Preston, you guess.
It's a car. We were just talking about cars. Oh my God!
What is it?
I did that just for you guys.
What is that?
That's somebody taking a dump.
Is it something dripping?
Is it a?
It's a butt.
You have
I'm
brothers.
a terrible artist.
A butt into a target.
I thought it was
dripping
gonna be-
into
No,
a
that's the
target.
toilet. That's the toilet.
Okay.
I thought that was a puddle.
Yeah. All right. Anyway.
I thought that was sweaty balls in a puddle underneath of it.
So a study in this regard.
We just conducted. We need to share this data.
So we're getting ready to play a game, and so here's the deal. Let me set this up. I said it just a moment ago.
Yes.
U2 is doing the Joshua Tree 30th anniversary tour. They made an announcement they were going to be in Philadelphia, which is this Sunday. So a few months back when the announcement happened, I called up 2 friends of mine because the 3 of us together went to see that show. It was at the Arena in St. Louis, and it was a big deal because the Cardinals were at the 7th game of the World Series that night.
You had to make a call.
Are we going to watch the game or are we going to go to the concert? We had already bought the tickets.
How old are you at this time?
We were fresh out of high school, first year. So, 19 years old,
Okay.
something like that, because it was 1987. And we went to the concert, and I just was so blown away by the show that night. And I was like a mid-level U2 fan. I thought they were a really good band. I knew enough of the material to go to the concert. The new album sounded great. I hadn't listened to the whole thing. I'd heard, some of the songs that were on the radio. I'm like, all right, let's go. And left that night just amazed. The lights came up. The crowd was still singing. They ended with 40.
Which is awesome.
And the crowd is still singing and singing. The band was long gone, and we were still singing, and the lights stayed on. And I was just like, this was amazing. This is the best concert I've ever seen. And I was just dumbfounded for a while after this. So it was a significant show.
Yes, yeah.
And when they made the announcement that the 30th anniversary was coming around, I'm like, I got to get these guys. We got to get together. We got to go see it together.
Everyone had the same experience with your friends here?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. So they're back in town. They got in yesterday and the day before, and we're going to the show on Sunday, and we're going to play some golf and stuff while we're here and just having a buddies thing, which is pretty cool. So I told you guys this, and you decided, well, why don't we have them come in? And we'll play a game with them.
Sure.
About my teenage and formative years.
Right. We've heard a lot of stories.
Yeah.
And so there's some stuff that we know. There's some stuff that I'm going to be asking. I have no idea what it means, but it should resonate with you guys.
Yeah, because Casey, I gave him some phone numbers from some old friends who couldn't be here, and he tracked them down and got some info, right?
Yeah, I talked to Hawk.
Yep.
Right. And then I talked to either Patty or Sandy.
I think you spoke to both of them, didn't you?
No,
I gave you Sandy's number.
You gave me Sandy's number, and then Patty somehow got involved as well.
Yeah, I saw those names pop up, and then the parole officer, of course. Obviously.
You needed all
Yeah,
the
all of
info.
the information, yeah.
It's funny because I was, I consider myself a child of the 80s. And I definitely had yearbooks and all those things that I can look back at because I was in school at the same time as Preston, but I was slightly younger. And to see what you guys were doing, and I think you're like 7 years older than me, but like what you guys were doing and what you guys were up to in 7th and 8th grade, and then high school, it's just
It's freaky, isn't it?
Completely different world.
I mean, I look back at my old pictures, and there I am at the Continental Congress.
Yeah.
And I'm saying,
well,
it's just so wild.
Because I've told you guys in the past what DBH meant.
Yeah, Dubong hits.
Dubong hits. And so Casey's looking through my 7th and 8th grade yearbook and all the signatures and people signing, and it's like, dude, DBH till you can't stand it anymore. And this is in 7th and 8th grade.
And that's from teachers.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So
But
he
then-
was just looking at it and being
But
blown
it's
away.
also funny because I think a lot of times we have this attitude of like, oh, these kids today, they're crazier and they're doing things that I never did.
With
and
their
then,
mold shops and their leather jackets.
But the reality is I think the kids of the 80s were probably way worse than anybody now.
I guarantee you, every generation has that perception. And
Yeah.
but there's something that is the same across the charts.
Yep.
And I think as I'm looking through this, and we were looking at some of the things, and we were all laughing at the back, saying, "What the f does that mean?"
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's got their things, and that's why. It always amazes me when anybody runs for political office, because any of these things taken and put on, there are a number of things here that we're going to ask that if we're put on a front page of a paper, you'd say, what the hell? Yeah.
But we partied hard, man.
Yes,
We partied
yeah.
very, very hard. And these guys are a little nervous.
So why don't you introduce your
All right,
friends?
and before I do that, do we need to get callers on the line to play along? All right, 215-263-WMMR. Somehow or we're going to work this in a way to have you win prizes as well. I don't really know what's going to happen.
Let me explain.
though.
It's going to be a straight-up trivia contest. And so we're going to have people playing. You're going to play for callers online. We're not going to go to them.
Okay.
We're just going to win prizes as we cycle through so we can move some product, and that'll be happening in the background. So
All right.
everyone will get assigned. If someone gets a question right, that person wins, and then we put another person on that spot,
right.
and that's how we'll proceed.
Before we introduce our contestant, Steve, what's the name of the game?
The name of the game is Preston, Cheston, and Steve Blast from the Ass Trivia Challenge.
Thank you, studio audience. Let's meet our contestants this morning. Contestant number 1 hails from St. Louis, Missouri, and he is currently a teacher who's got the summer off. It's a wonderful thing. We go way back, and yes, his name sounds like mine. We are welcoming Chet Plaguey.
Yeah!
Chet, good morning.
Thank you.
Good to have you here, sir. Good to see you.
Great to be here.
Excellent. All right, next, the guy I consider to be my best friend.
Yeah.
We go way, way back, and we've been through some times together.
We are aware of some of them.
I won't mention any of them now because it may be ones that are coming up in the particular contest.
I just think it's great that I have a story with Steve. You know, I with that time that we spent down in St. Martin, and we enjoyed ourselves, and you lost your wedding ring.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun.
He has a nice new one on now.
All right, please welcome Steve Leasick. By the way, those of you who've heard the story about my friend Steve who threw his phone into the ocean.
That's him.
This is him.
That would be that Steve.
That was
All
a
right.
fun one.
That was a great throw.
Yeah,
You have to admit.
it was awesome. It was a small window. You could have shattered that door.
From distance, maybe inebriated, maybe not.
Maybe not. So, friends, by the way, and just to contextualize this, these are friends at this point in time we're going to reference. But how long, does it go back to junior high and even...
Steve and I go back to junior high.
Okay.
So we probably started hanging out more in high school, but we were friends in junior high.
Oh, sure.
And then Chet didn't end up at art school until junior year, right?
Right.
Were you you were going to military school before that, right?
I was in military school.
Yeah. Was that by choice or did your parents
By
demand?
state decree.
It was forced.
It was forced?
Forced,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
All right, well, pleasure to meet you guys. I know Steve we met before, but good to meet you. And Cheston is Chet. That's your regular name. Okay.
And by the way, we have little placards with our names and our high school
I love it.
pictures.
Nick Murphy did
Great.
some wonderful little collections, Preston. Everyone looks fairly similar. No glasses on Steve.
No, thank God.
And a little less hair, but
No
I can
hair on me,
commiserate.
right.
Yeah, on Chet, but that's okay. That's all good to go. So we're good to go. We have our callers up. Everybody set?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
Yeah.
So you want to start this? Everyone has our El Cheapo buzzers.
Yeah, let's do that. So each one of us has a buzzer. This is going to be a trivia thing. So I guess we're going to buzz in when we know the answer.
Yes.
And we're going to hold these up to the microphone. I will signal mine so you know what it sounds like. All right, so that's me. And Chet, what does yours sound like? And then Steve?
Whatever.
All right. So understand that there's only so much we can know about the accuracy of the answer to this question. So we're going to play a little light and loose with the particulars here. So let's get started. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Yeah.
All right.
set.
Question number 1. What aquatic school-based contest, what aquatic alcohol-based contest took place at Ben Aronson's house?
That was Preston.
That was me?
Yes.
Pool in the pig. Or pig in the pool.
All right, please explain.
Okay, so Ben had a cutting board that was in the shape of a pig.
Yeah.
And we would actually, it floated. So we would put it in the pool and we'd play quarters on that.
It's similar, but not. Okay,
Steve?
I'm going to have to go with riding the 10-speed
Into the pool.
See, that's what I thought it was.
Steve
Off
is
the
correct.
ramp.
Steve is correct. Now, as with anything we do, it is what I have on this paper that determines
That's
the correct
fine.
answer.
Yep. And
so
listen-
it says here, riding bikes into Ben's pool with Bud Light 12-pack boxes on your heads.
On the head, remember?
And this apparently was captured on very low-definition VHS.
Yes.
And it had no brakes.
And it had no brakes. And I remember after we did that, when Ben's parents got back, what we didn't realize is we were marking up the bottom of the pool with tire tracks. And there were tracks all over the bottom of the pool.
Were these Bud Light 12-pack boxes, were they full or empty?
Oh, they were empty.
Okay.
But we fashioned them as if they were a hat. And they went... We'd put it over your head, like point down over your
like
face.
a protective shield.
Yeah, almost like a knight
yes.
type of a helm that you would wear. So,
All right. Well, our winner is Ron on line 3, by the way, and he has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. And you can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage. Visit handandstone.com.
All right, gentlemen. Question number 2. What religious holiday did you guys observe by skipping school and going to Preston's house to smoke pot?
I remember that.
Okay, Preston.
That was Easter.
No.
No.
I'm
We
going to
wouldn't have
give
been
you
at school on Easter.
I'm going to
What the
give you
hell?
an extra clue.
Damn it.
This was a jealous reaction to the Jewish kids getting so many holidays off.
Oh, Chet.
Rosh Hashanah?
No. Steve?
Hanukkah.
No. I have.
Wait. Kuala Lumpur.
City of Malaysia.
Oh, damn it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we will begin in Japan. Anyone who has spent time there will likely have crossed paths with a peculiar statue, several of them you may see, of bug-eyed, slack-jawed animals straddling a pair of gigantic testicles. These jolly critters are called tanuki, and sometimes are known as raccoon dogs.
Oh, my balls!
Based on the real animal of the same name, the tanuki of folklore is a good-natured but morally ambiguous creature with supernatural powers. These mischievous animals are not above using their abilities to put a leaf on their head and shapeshift into whatever they want in order to steal the occasional turnip or con people into doing things for them. In some ways, they're comparable to leprechauns in Irish lore.
But they have huge testicles?
And similarly seen as symbols of luck in Japan, which is why statues of them can be found all over the place. Perhaps this is also why they recently became the target of theft in Takaoka City. On February 1st, 74-year-old Kiyoharu Okinishi was caught red-handed stealing a tanuki figure by police, suspecting that he was responsible for another 2 tanuki statue thefts a month earlier. The authorities searched his home and found a stash of nearly 50 raccoon dogs that he had been going about stealing. In true tanuki fashion, Okinishi cryptically confessed to some of the crime, telling police, "I have stolen tanuki figures, but I do not know if they are the ones I'm being arrested for." In order to clarify charges against the suspect, police are asking anyone in the area whose tanuki statues disappeared to contact them. And they're also currently trying to ascertain a motive. Like, why the hell would you steal
He's
all
going to
of
need a
these?
good tanuki lawyer.
I think so. A woman was hastily dumped at a New York City hospital by 2 other women early Tuesday and later died. And sources say the victim appeared to have unusual injection marks all over her buttocks.
Oh, no.
Police responded just before 2 a.m. Tuesday to a report of an unconscious woman inside Jacoby Medical Center in the Bronx. Hospital personnel said the woman, who was 53 years old, had been dropped off unconscious and unresponsive by 2 other women who then left before cops could arrive. The woman died shortly thereafter, and law enforcement sources say she had multiple injection marks on her buttocks, and the investigation is looking into whether some sort of procedure somehow went awry.
We've had these before, these stories.
But police are now looking for the 2 women who dropped her off. The identities are still unclear. They claim to have found her semi-conscious in another location and brought her to Jacoby, but then quickly left. The medical examiner's office will determine a cause of death. If it is in fact determined that the woman died after some sort of cosmetic procedure, it wouldn't be the first time that it's happened in the city. So what they're curious as to, if these are the women that did the procedure on her and just
Quite
dropped her off
possibly.
and left or not, which wouldn't be that unusual, to be honest.
Kathy, I bet they fled the scene and opened up a nail salon.
Probably.
A 27-year-old skier fell to his death in Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming this week. Officials received a call on Sunday from a climber who saw someone fall in the Apocalypse Collier in Death Canyon.
Oh, boy.
That doesn't sound like an inviting place to go.
The apocalypse. It's in Death Canyon.
Yeah, park rangers and search and rescue personnel responded and tried to resuscitate Radcliffe Spencer of Jackson, Wyoming, who was skiing in the area. The park said in a news release the efforts proved unsuccessful due to the nature of injuries sustained. 4 others with Spencer were flown out of the canyon in a helicopter.
Just jump on the I'm dying a horrible death highway. You'll see it in no time.
A park spokesperson said that the fall probably was not caused by an avalanche. While the snowpack remains generally stable, hazards still exist and may carry high consequences in technical terrain. Death Canyon is the southern part of Grand Teton Park, and the Apocalypse Collier is on Prospectors Mountain. And this is not the first fatality at national parks and forests in recent months. Last year, a California family of 3 was found dead of hypothermia and probable dehydration on a hiking trail near the Merced River in the Sierra National Forest.
It's becoming an increasing problem, and especially in areas like this, because rates to ski are so, like at established mountains, are so high. So people are just going off the grid. They're going into national parks skiing for free.
It's so dangerous.
But they're doing it in places where there is no protection. So these types of stories have been happening more frequently.
Yep. Power company workers in Vermont recently came to the rescue of a panicked parrot that flew 60 feet up in a tree and was too afraid to fly back down.
Again!
But that was a person. This is just a bird. They have to actually rescue the bird. Thea Everett said that she brought her macaw, Kaba, with her to visit Battleboro, Vermont, but the parrot got spooked before entering the house. And Everett said that Kaba had only recently began learning to fly because its previous owner had kept its wings clipped, which is likely why the bird was too scared to fly back down. Right? Everest sought help on a local bird spotting group. What was that, by the way?
Oh, it's this one.
Oh, bodies hit the floor. Okay.
I enjoyed that. I did. I'd see that in concert.
Everest sought help on a local bird spotting group on Facebook, and someone suggested she contact Green Mountain Power to get assistance from line workers with a bucket truck. The line workers were just able to reach the bird, and
We'll take care of this, man.
Thanked the power company in a Facebook post. This is terrible. The owner of a garbage disposal company was fatally crushed by one of his trucks Wednesday morning, police said. Kenneth Barati from Piscataway was killed at his company in Middlesex while performing work on a garbage collection truck. Barati was working on the hydraulic arm of the truck when it pinned him down. An employee called 911, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. Officials from OSHA responded to the incident.
That's no way to go.
They don't know why it happened as of yet, but they are obviously investigating that. All right, one last story, and then we will wrap it up. For most couples, Valentine's Day means a box of chocolates or a bouquet of flowers, but one London-based billionaire went the extra mile when it came to buying his girlfriend a perfect gift. The anonymous Romeo, who lives in Chelsea, spent over $500,000 on a one-of-a-kind platinum-plated sculpture of a Hermes Birkin bag, complete with more than 8,000 diamonds and a 3-carat heart-shaped emerald.
Oh, my God.
The piece is the brainchild of Debbie Wingham, who specializes in creating lavish outfits, accessories, artworks, and novelty gifts for wealthy clients all over the world. She made headlines in October when it revealed that she had planned a $25 million virtual birthday bash for a billionaire. But this time she created a sculpture in the shape of a Birkin, one of the world's most sought-after bags, that looks like it's melting away at the bottom. The main body of the bag is made from fiberglass, which was plated in platinum. The handles are entirely covered in diamonds and 36-carat cuff. After Debbie had finished the bag, the client decided that he wanted an extra touch and commissioned an NFT element to it as well.
How do you spend $25 million on a virtual birthday party?
Right. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. Let us take a break, but let's also get a winner for the secret text word. Kathy, give me a number, caller, please.
Caller 10.
All right, 10th caller. You heard her, 215-263-WMMR. You got to know that secret text word in order to win. And we'll snag a random caller texter as well. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Were you in the congregation at Saturday night's ritual?
It is Good Friday.
I knew it was around Easter.
Yes, it was Good Friday, but as you rightly pointed out, you would not have been in school on Easter.
Who gave you the info?
This is from Hawk and Patty.
Okay.
Oh, Hawk doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, question number 3, gentlemen. And remember, our answers are correct despite what is accurate.
Right.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt? All right, Steve.
It would be Doc Plaguey.
Incorrect.
Jet's dad? No.
No? Okay.
Whose father made sure Hawk didn't go to jail for the senior sleep out scavenger hunt?
Let's talk this out, guys. What was the senior?
Okay,
scavenger hunt?
so somebody made a list. Might have been Skippy Marino, I think, that made a list of items that we were supposed to bring back to the school, and they included like
a police officer's license plate.
Nice.
And the entire, you know how you go to a neighborhood, and there's a sign that says "Welcome to Old Farm Estates" or whatever.
Stealing that huge thing.
That huge thing. I mean, these big.
Did you guys
items.
get them?
Of course we did.
So
Flag
this is
from Belle Reef Country Club.
Yeah.
This is the father. Okay, the father who made sure that Hawk didn't go to jail.
I know it wasn't my dad. There's no way.
No.
All right, Preston.
I'm just trying to think of who was buddies with Hawk besides our family. I would say Mr. Janvrin.
Mr. Janvrin, you are all incorrect, unless I'll give one final round if you want to go for it, Chet.
I have no idea.
The name I have here, and of course the correct, despite what is accurate, Mike Freeburger.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You
Thanks,
did not
John.
know. All right.
Yeah.
This next question, I have a feeling you'll get this.
All right.
By the way, the scavenger hunt, what would have been, obviously you're stealing things that are felonies. Yeah.
Stealing is right.
What was the most hard to get item in the scavenger list?
I think it was probably the neighborhood sign.
neighborhood sign.
And somebody did.
And where'd you get the neighborhood sign from?
I didn't get it. I don't know. I don't. But somebody did. And by the way,
I
you had
assume
to-
that was the crime.
You had to bring all of these items to the high school and leave them there.
All right.
And then there was a huge list. And I really didn't get anything.
So
that
you were
night, I don't
bringing
think.
stolen items onto school property.
Yeah.
All right.
Senior sleep out was awesome, man. Slept in my car. Me and Howard Rosen. I remember that. I don't know if you guys were out all night for
You
that or
guys
not.
lived in you're predominantly Jewish neighborhood, right?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of Jewish students.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Question number 4. You've got one correct, 2 not so much. All right.
We suck at this.
Mike Kirby.
Kirby.
Drove this rather muscular mullet Preston.
Javelin.
That is correct.
Kirby, that thing was loud. And I had a Mustang. I had a 73 Mustang. It was really loud too. And we just go burnouts all the time. And
Did he get in trouble for doing spinouts in the parking lot of the school as you did?
I don't think Kirby ever got in trouble
No.
for that. No.
Interesting fact about Mike Kirby: he bought the Playboy Club in St. Louis.
Are you
What?
serious?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It'd been
Drove a
shut,
javelin, bought the Playboy Club?
had been shut down, and I guess he bought it like back early 2000s.
Okay, so it was closed at the point he bought it?
It was closed.
All
and
right.
He bought it and turned into a teen club.
A teen. There you go.
Of course.
All right. So who is Preston playing for?
He was playing for Brooke, so Brooke won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial. You can give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th, including their signature hot stone massage.
Very nice.
Handandstone.com.
All right, question number 6. As the story goes, and listen carefully to this, a sign was put up across a door about Nan's, quote, good couch. Paraphrase what that sign forbade and to whom it was directed. Steve.
I
You have to paraphrase.
we weren't supposed to be on the good couch.
What were you not supposed to do on the good couch?
Relationships.
We'll take that! As we have it here, the sign read, no semen with the J.
Oh.
Can we get away with that?
No.
No jazz.
No jazz on the good couch.
Nice.
And this apparently, by my information, was directed specifically at you, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. Who was Nan? Whose house was
Was that
this?
Patty's? That might have been Pat.
Whose house was this?
Sandy's.
Is it Sandy's house?
I do believe.
No jazz.
And so it was so common for you to spread your seat around the furniture that a sign had
Steve's
to go
like a
up.
fire hose, man.
The Peter North of the group?
It only hurts when I juke. There's another story.
Yeah, we'll tell that another time.
All right, so that's an interesting piece. I'm not going to ask another question for fear of giving away another upcoming question.
All right, so that was Erica was our winner, and she's won a pair of tickets to the Bucks County Playhouse presents The Nerd, June 23rd through July 15th. Get ready to laugh out loud at the most ridiculous comedy of the summer. For tickets, call Playhouse box office or visit buckscountyplayhouse.org.
By the way, so Sandy, the girl who this happened at, now that was an offshoot of, we went to a high school called Parkway Central.
But we also had a friendship with some Catholic schoolgirls
Right.
who went to St. Joe's Academy.
Yeah.
And that was Sandy and Patty and Cindy and a whole slew of them, actually, that were over there. So it was the Catholic schoolgirls that were afraid of the semen on the couch.
So you could no man batter on the couch.
Yep.
All right.
On Nan's
All right.
couch.
There we go. So, question number 7. Where was Preston's band The Image playing the night of Hawk's 21st birthday?
Steve.
I'm going to go Litchfield.
Litchfield, Illinois at Ken's Lounge?
Nope.
Preston? Party Town in Bonne Terre, Missouri.
No.
Wow.
Chet?
I'm going to say it's the place in Soulard Press. What's the name of that?
Yes.
The old
I just sent you the
schoolhouse.
picture of it.
Yeah, you did. It was an Irish name place. No.
No, incorrect. What we have here is ZBT House. I assume it's Zeta Beta.
Oh, my God. In
At the
Columbia.
zoo.
That was his birthday that night?
This is from Hawk himself, so I'm assuming that's
God.
correct.
You all had the same reaction to that.
That was
Okay,
an
explain.
insane night.
There is a much deeper story.
That was a crazy
Please, you
night.
tell.
We didn't go to the party.
Uh-huh.
You were too busy fouling a couch?
We walked. Yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
walked in and surveyed and walked out.
Wait, let me explain
Okay.
without saying. When you guys went in, didn't you think it was like raining inside or something like that?
There was
Or it was
funny
snowing
things.
or
The walls
something.
were kind of doing things.
We may have been delving into
Yeah.
some hallucinogenics at the time.
So you thought it was raining inside and the walls were bending?
Mushrooms are
Yeah.
healthy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we were hired to play at this fraternity ZBT, which they said stood for Zibong Team. They were the Jewish house.
Yeah.
The
The
Jewish
guys at
house?
the Jewish house said all our answers were wrong.
Zits, butts, and tees is what I heard.
Okay, that's
Six
better.
butts and tees.
And so it was just, I mean, you're playing at a frat house. It's
Yeah.
as party as you can possibly get. And these guys were staying at a hotel room because they wanted to be there for the party because they were living in St. Louis. Columbia's a couple hours away.
All right.
And so we were waiting for them to show up, and they never showed up. Well, it turns out they tripped, and they
They showed up. That was it. All right.
we got to get out of here. We have to leave right
Can't
now.
see my hand, man. All right. So we had no winners on that. Next question. And this was just referenced, actually. What was the nickname given to the, quote, crappy Litchfield Motel?
Okay, now this is
Preston.
going to sound terrible. All right,
All right.
but it was the Haji Inn. Am I right?
That is correct. And this is
It was called the Motel 66 Court,
okay.
and there should have been a sign for Steve there about the jazz on the beds because a lot happened there.
Really?
Not
Yeah.
mine.
So if you were to still
Not
bring
you.
one of those infrared lights or those blue lights,
Yeah, you could ring it out.
it looked like a Jackson Pollock.
Yeah.
All right. So the Haji Inn.
Yeah, so I got that one right.
All right.
All
yes.
right. Well, congratulations to Rick. Rick, you've won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino Resort. Tickets on sale. That would be today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Pre-sale began yesterday. You don't even worry about that because it's over.
All right. Gentlemen,
Yes.
this one, when we actually reviewed this question, we laughed out loud at this. How did Steve earn the nickname Sterno? Preston.
You're not going to answer that?
I know it.
You didn't buzz in.
No, you got it.
All right. Steve used to light his farts all the time. And it was a little blue flame that would come out, and it reminded us of the sterno that you see, which is the liquid, the canned heat that you put underneath of little banquets, chafing dishes and whatnot to heat them up. So that's how he got the nickname Sterno.
We have here by lighting farts in nylon pants, which caused them to burn away. Did that actually happen?
I don't remember that.
The old nylon shorts. We may have had malfunction here or there.
Okay, all right.
All right, but that is correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Another winner from Preston.
All right, so that is Jim has won a Hand and Stone gift card, good for a free massage or facial, and you can give the gift of relaxation. Father's Day is on Sunday, by the way, with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, two of my closest friends are here, Steve and Chet, and the gang has come up with these trivia questions from my past that they're asking to give you some prizes this morning.
Absolutely.
So
And Nick is keeping score. Nick, where do we stand right now?
I don't know how many questions you've read, Steve, but the score right now is Preston 3, Steve 2, Cheston 0.
All right. Maybe it changes with this question. What was the name of the full-sized arcade game at Hawk and Clearman's apartment? Who got it in first?
That's me.
Yeah.
Robotron.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Robotron. Was this a full arcade game?
Yep.
I don't know that
Absolutely.
game.
It's a great game.
Okay.
2 joysticks. You're the last. You're trying to save humanity from the robots, and I love it. Still play it. I have it on my arcade game at home.
Cool.
All right. Very cool.
All right. Well, we've just given our winner, and our winner is Laurie. Our final Hand and Stone gift card, which is good for a free massage or facial. Be sure to give the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a Hand and Stone gift card for Dad. Get $10 off 1-hour spa gift cards through June 19th. Handandstone.com.
By the way, I just got a text from Sandy. Actually, it was at Patty's house where you weren't supposed to jazz on Nan's couch.
It was a nice couch.
Yeah.
All right. We have a few more questions. And by the way, we understand that a number of your friends are listening online right now. Preston.
I put out a little Facebook video.
All right,
so.
all right.
And they can watch it too, by the way. We have the webcam up and running, so you can go to WMMR.com and watch the hijinks.
All right.
All right. Question here. The night Steve slid off the road into Hunter Farm's fence, who was the girl in the front seat? All right, Steve.
That would be the aforementioned Patty.
That is correct. So explain. Sliding off the road.
Sliding off the road.
By the way, how often did we see sections of that fence missing?
Every weekend.
All the time. I mean, this thing, it was white picket fence.
Yeah.
And it was down an embankment. And you would it was no big thing to drive by and go, yep, they took out 2 sections of it again.
What,
Did you?
In fact,
did.
I drove by one night. It was me and I forgot who else was in the car with me. And we saw, it was at night.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we see headlights in the woods. And we're like, there shouldn't be a car down there. And we stopped, and sure enough, there was a section of the fence taken off. This guy had blown through it, and his car went all the way down in the woods.
He was driving around the woods.
We picked him up and took him over to St. Luke's. Is that the one that was
I
close
think
by?
I was with it. Got it.
Was that you?
I think I was
Animal
with you.
Cultural Campus.
All right.
And the question that we are going to go to, I think this morning, is who sang the song Booger Walls? 215-263 WMMR from our Fox Good Day check-in. Who sang the song Booger Walls? And if you happen to know the answer to that, you should call right now, because we got a prize on this end. And 215-263 WMMR, the number. We'll do the trash while you do indeed call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Let's see what we get today. What's up in the trash, Steve?
Well, a little confusion yesterday when the sequel, A Quiet Place 3, and a spin-off called Quiet Place were announced. Producers say Quiet Place will differ from A Quiet Place in that it will feature a few more sounds, including gargling and a baby fart. John Corbett says he was making a joke when he suggested that he was part of the Sex and the City reboot. Corbett says what made it so funny is that he could really use the word because his utilities are being shut off.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Kanye West admitting that some of his actions lately could give the impression that he is stalking Kim Kardashian. West says he came to that conclusion when 6 other current celebrity stalkers held an intervention for him. And that's the Hollywood.
Let's get a winner, shall we? We need to know who sang Booger Walls. 215-263 WMMR. I'm going to go to Mark to see if we can get a winner. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Hi.
All right, Mark, who sang Booger Walls?
Sheena Easton.
Sheena Easton. Yep, hang on, Mark. Got yourself a pair of tickets for Philly. Pops presents Pops Rocks Let It Be. That's going to be March 11th at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. And the Fab Four's greatest hits will be performed live with a full orchestra. More information and tickets for the March 11th through the 13th shows at phillypops.org/letitbe.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we got some stuff to get to. We'll start with Dirty Honey. Mark LaBelle It says that his band's pairing with Mammoth WVH for the upcoming Young Guns tour was a no-brainer. And it's interesting because we're kind of mentioned here. He says, when we saw Mammoth WVH play in Philadelphia, it was pretty obvious that this was going to be a really cool thing to do and to take on the road and to take across the nation. The biggest thing was really seeing him and his band, and they kicked ass, and it really showed some optimism for the future of rock and roll. LaBelle admitted it's been a little difficult to find bands to go out with just because rock bands have become pretty scarce at this point.
Yeah, it's sad.
So they were happy to have a meetup with those two and get those two bands together and make this happen. Yesterday, Weezer celebrated the 30th anniversary of their first practice. According to Loudwire, the band held their first practice with singer-songwriter Rivers Cuomo, drummer Patrick Wilson, bassist Matt Sharp, and guitarist Jason Cropper on February 15th, 1992 in Los Angeles.
Wow.
The band commemorated the anniversary with a message on social media written by their longtime assistant Carl Koch, who wrote, "And just like that, it's been 30 years to the day that Weezer was born." He said on February 15th, 1992, Rivers Cuomo, Patrick Wilson, Matt Sharp, and Jason Cropper met at TK Productions at 1956 Cotner Avenue in West LA for the first 3 days of rehearsals, running through about 20 different songs numerous times, including a few songs that would make it onto the Blue album 2 years later. He said the room at TK was hot and sweaty, gross, frankly, and the band worked very hard ironing out a million snags and mistakes, repeatedly jamming the songs until they sounded like rock music. On day 3, Rivers rolled tape on his 8-track cassette recorder, and they recorded everything till they had something that they could listen back to. He said for all of this, Weezer wasn't really even Weezer yet because the band wouldn't get its name until a few hours before their first show on the 19th. Closing the night out at Raji's after the debut performance of Keanu Reeves' Dog Star. So they played their debut was the same night and same debut. So Dog Star debuted and Weezer debuted the same show.
And both have continued performing for 30 years.
But regardless of when the name stuck, the band that has been going strong for 30 years now was born. So they did
That's wild.
Yep. Famed record producer and music mogul Rick Rubin has announced his first book, due out in early next year. The Guardian reported the tome by the Def Jam's co-founder, titled The Creative Act, A Way of Being, will not be traditionally a memoir, but a nonfiction work about creativity. Rubin explained in a statement, "I set out to write a book about what to do to make a great work of art. Instead, it revealed itself to be a book on how to be." Over the course of his career, Rick Rubin has produced such legendary artists as Red Hot Chili Peppers, Beastie Boys, Run DMC, LL Cool J, Slayer, Public Enemy, The Cult, Danzig, The Black Crowes, Mick Jagger, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Limp Bizkit, Weezer, Slipknot, Dixie Chicks, Audioslave, Shakira, Poison, Neil Diamond, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Donovan, Metallica, and Johnny Cash, among many, many more.
So he's just waiting for somebody big to come along.
I guess so.
Yeah.
But he's got a book coming out. Coachella has dropped all COVID-19 precautions. According to a festival admission update posted to the event's website, there will be no vaccination, testing, or masking requirements at Coachella 2022. This is in contrast to the rules posted by organizers last fall, requiring attendees to submit a negative test taken within 72 hours of the festival. Coachella is set to take place April 15th to the 17th. And from April 22nd to the 24th, headliners include Harry Styles, Billie Eilish, and Kanye West. Although Kanye had recently threatened to pull out of the event.
That's because of the Eilish thing, right?
Yeah.
Is it?
Wasn't it that he wasn't going to play Coachella until Billie Eilish apologized to Travis Scott?
Oh, yeah.
Was that something stupid?
Yeah.
As you would imagine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Keith
As you could
Richards.
imagine.
Keith Richards will reunite with his solo band, the Expensive, next month in Manhattan. Richards and the group will headline the March 10th Beacon Theater benefit concert, Love Rocks, with tickets going on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. and all proceeds benefit the God's Love We Deliver food charity. And Jambase.com posted the show will also feature Allison Russell, Larkin Poe, Tyler Bryant, David Shaw from The Revivalist.
Cool.
Anders Osborne, Celise, I think is how you say that name. Ivan Neville, Jimmy Vivino, and Maggie Rose and Connor Kennedy. The show will be hosted by Mario Cantone, Kiefer Sutherland, Gina Gershon, Steve Shrippa, and Michelle Buteau. In addition to Keith Richards, the Expensive Winos features drummer Steve Jordan, guitarist Waddy Watchell, and bassist Charlie Drayton, and keyboardist Ivan Nebel.
It says here music director and band leader Will Lee Preston.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
That's
nice.
perfect. Yeah.
It's a great night.
Well, is Paul McCartney heading back on the road? According to the Daily Beetle, Ticketmaster.com listed a tentative show for this May 24th at Hard Rock Live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The event was posted with a time to be announced and no on-sale date listed. The former Beatle is not listed on the 7,000-seat venue's official schedule, which includes Rod Stewart, Elton John, The Who, Ringo Starr and his all-star band, Van Morrison, and Sting, among others. So that would be interesting to see if Paul kicks off a tour of some type, but I don't know. And then finally, a new box set featuring sections from Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers' 20-night 1997 run at San Francisco's The Fillmore is being prepped for release. Guitarist Mike Campbell revealed to Ultimate Classic Rock it's been mixed, and I hear it's coming out. I'm really proud of it. It was one of the greatest parts of our career. We were free to not have to play the hits every night. We changed the set list. The shows from January and February 97 have become legendary, with each night featuring a different set list, allowing Petty and the band to delve into their back catalog and flex their muscles on old favorites and cover versions. The final night of the run, February 7, 1997, was broadcast live and proved to be the longest show of the stand, clocking in at a whopping 3 hours, with the Heartbreakers tackling 40 songs in that particular set list.
It's a chunk of music.
No title or release date for the new collection has been announced, but I'll bet that is pretty damn good.
So who has is it Springsteen who has the record for
longest concert?
Longest concert?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Well,
Fish, right?
They did from midnight to sunup on New Year's Day.
Then that would be that. Right? I don't know who's done more than that.
Yeah,
You
that's a
took
good
about
question.
5-6 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was about 6 hours, I assume. Yeah.
They announced the tour yesterday, yeah?
Yes, they did.
They're going to be at the Man on July 19th and 20th, which is my birthday.
Yeah.
So that's exciting.
Then Atlantic City in August.
Very cool.
All right. Tickets go on sale Friday, March 4th, it says, and mancenter.org to get those tickets.
Very cool.
That's it. Music news. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. Wrap it up. So stay with us. No, well, there was a chain link fence, and then there was another one over by, what was the park up the street on
Faust?
what?
Faust?
Yeah, Faust Park. I took out a section of that one time too.
It was Steve's brother's car too.
It wasn't even my car, and we were just lightly snowing and just came around the corner and high fence.
Okay.
But when I did the one at Faust Park, when I took that out, it was Danny was in the backyard, Craig Schrader or in the back seat. Craig Schrader was in the front, and we're getting ready to turn into it. And Danny goes, "Press, put it low and floor it." And I did, and I spun a 180, and I took out that fence. And my dad was none too happy about that.
We've heard the story of the reaction. Yeah, it was pretty wild.
All right, our winner on line 6 is Jay. You've won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino Resort. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
All right, question number 12. What was your mutual friend Sandy's nickname, and why did she get that nickname?
It's me.
Oh, again, Preston.
Balsa.
And how did she get that name?
Because she's so skinny and light that you could just pick her up and throw her across the room with one hand.
That is right. I have here because she was too skinny to go down the water slide.
Too skinny to go down the water slide. Balsa
okay.
wood. Yeah, she was very.
I love it.
We have a winner.
All right, so William on line 8, you have won tickets to see JB Smoove Friday, November 17th at 9 p.m. at the venue at Valley Forge Casino. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com at 10 a.m.
All right.
Wait, I have a quick question. So were Patty and Sandy girlfriends, or they were just in your group of friends?
They were close friends.
Okay.
Pandy and
Pandy. This is delightful panda bear.
Patty, Sandy, and Cindy were really, really, really close friends.
So you had these were the girls that would do your homework.
No. These were the girls at the Catholic school.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now, that
Catholic
was
school
some
girls.
other chick I dated when I was a junior.
All right. We have occasionally heard stories of the Naked River float. What was the name of the float trip company that inadvertently ran it? The float trip company.
That was on the Huzzah, wasn't it? Oh, chat.
Was it the Preston and Cheston Rock and Roll Float down the river?
No. It's the actual
that did
legitimate
happen.
name.
That did happen. Yeah.
I like that answer, though.
Wow, the company that did it.
Who came
I
up with
think,
that
Preston,
question?
you were actually kind of in the realm.
It was on the Huzzah, if I remember.
No, it wasn't. It was.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
That one was. Or was it the current river?
It was the current because we went down to Salem.
They have so many rivers.
Our answer here,
Yeah.
Steve, you want to take a crack at it?
No.
It is, we have Huzzah Valley.
It was the Huzzah River for that one.
All right, no winners on that one, Preston. You were sorted there, but didn't,
I didn't
wrap
get
it
it.
up. All right. That was the one where you took, it eventually became a nude fest, right?
Oh, yeah. We were all of us. And there was probably 25 of us.
Yes.
Yeah, we all ended up completely naked. Listen, we took whiskey with us.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a float that would take 6 hours, 7 hours, something like that, maybe longer. And you're just getting bombed the whole time, just drinking the
It's
whole
a
time.
wonder no one died.
So we decided that the last mile of the float that we would get completely naked. And we're going by like families and stuff out there with the kids. Hey, how you guys doing? And we were just lit. It was awesome. And I have pictures.
Do you? Oh,
I have
all right.
lots of pictures of us completely and about. Oh, and we were jumping off of cliffs naked.
Naked as well. With
Yeah.
women, with girls as well.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
totally.
All right. Gentlemen, what was the very unradio-friendly nickname of Steve's car? Please paraphrase. Steve.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah. Yes. Steve is correct.
Nice. Which car was that?
Yeah.
That was the white Datsun 510.
Yeah.
Overheated all the time.
And that's why it earned that name?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
because of the overheating issue.
Oh,
All right,
my
so we
gosh.
have Steve, who's the winner.
All right, so Steve was playing for Kale, and Kale, you've won a pair of tickets to see the Bucks County Playhouse Presents The Nerd, June 23rd through July 15th. And you can go get tickets through Playhouse box office or buckscountyplayhouse.org.
What a great name for a car, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to pick you up in the sea. That's great.
3 more questions here.
I don't want this to be over.
Well, it's we went with the ones that we thought would have stories attached.
That's
to them.
cool.
Which of Chet's nicknames is also an aromatic North American plant of the daisy family? Which of Chet's nicknames is also an aromatic North American plant of the daisy family?
Now, we got to get this. Hang on a second here.
I don't even know.
Daisy.
It's a pretty elaborate nickname.
It is.
It is, but it isn't.
Oh!
Preston.
Tumbleweed.
No.
No?
No.
No. I remember.
Preston.
Sagebrush.
Yes!
I don't even remember how we got that. Do you? Chet?
I know. I remember, but I don't remember.
Okay. You remember it was your name, but you don't know how you
Sagebrush.
earned it.
Yeah.
Sagebrush.
No, I have no idea.
Sagebrush.
Chet, that was your one chance to get one right.
I pretty much suck at this.
All right.
All right. Well, Jeremy on line one, real quick. You've won a case of Yards Brewing Pale Ale, the best beer for summer barbecues, beach days, and tailgates. Is Yards Brewing Philadelphia Pale Ale. Drink local, brew into others with a Philly Pale Ale at Keg and Kitchen in Westmont, New Jersey.
All right. 2 more
I gotta
questions.
You got to leave. Casey's got to go. Santa's got to go.
Yeah, Santa's got to go.
All right. Good luck with your endeavors.
With
sir.
your Lyme disease.
Yes.
Oh, wait.
So
that's
you
me.
want me to? I'll handle the rest of this.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me just do this.
Yeah. Give me some music here. Thank you. All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, final 2 questions. Name the prestigious golf club often snuck onto by Chet and sometimes Hawk in observance of. All right.
Old Orson.
Right.
Steve.
Belle Reve.
That is correct.
Yes.
Wow. The Belle Reve Country Club I have listed
The
here.
story was about you, and you didn't get the answer.
That's right.
It's par for the course.
He clearly
Yes.
doesn't remember too much.
I'm. Yeah.
All right. So, Steve, we have a winner for Steve. And what do we have? Marissa, who's now taking over the chores.
So the winner is who was
Jared on Max. Was that Jared who won?
just now?
I'm not listening. I'm not wearing any headphones, so I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
All right, no
Yes.
problem.
Yep.
All right. JB Smoove is coming Fridays, November 17th to the venue at Valley Forge Casino. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
All right.
How many
Steven,
more?
I'm sorry. It all comes down to this last question because
we had a tie, Nick.
no, it is right now. Preston's leading by 1.
All right.
Over Steve. Chet, this answer is worth 7 points. No, I'm just kidding.
We do have a tiebreaker if necessary.
Okay.
Chet,
right.
what is your real name?
What is your
you
current
here?
occupation? Who bought the Playboy Club? All right, question number 17.
We should get a bonus point for
That's
that.
right.
All right.
What was the name of the bouncer at the party town in Bonne Terre?
Oh my!
The name of the
God.
bouncer at the party town in Bonne Terre.
That's a Patty question.
Yeah.
I can give
And
you a
that's
hint.
our band used to play there. Okay, you can give a hint.
Name of a movie that involved a man with a rat fascination.
No.
Yeah, that would come as a shock.
I mean, between the nose picking and my greasy nails.
Oh, my God.
I think so.
Yeah, it's
Fingernails, I
disgusting.
think that's the pinnacle.
Eating
of it right
poop?
there. Yeah, that too.
We did it all.
So many things we discovered this morning.
Regrets? We've had a few.
Yeah. Lousy phone connection with Harold Perrineau.
Terrible.
Nice guy, though.
It sucks because
Absolutely.
he sounded really enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Like he wanted to do the interview, and he sounded happy to be on the phone with us. It just we couldn't hear him very well.
We talked to a guy like on a Beijing train.
Right?
And it was mega clear.
Yeah. But Harold was great, and the series is called From, and it premieres on Sunday on Epix if you would like to check that out. So it was nice to have him on, but a better phone connection would have been a lot more appreciated. But
Make it happen.
Yep. Let's see. That's the only thank you I have to do today, which means that we have our letter of the day, and we got the dude that can give it to us, the only one. Mine like a steel trap.
Absolutely.
Holding on to that word, that secret.
Yeah.
That everybody needs to know. So we need to do the letter of the day. You ready, Matt?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
T, as in Tobias, like the guy from Ghost, Papa Smurf.
I think it's Papa Emmerich.
Huh?
It's not Papa Smurf. Is that correct?
No, it's Papa Smurf.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, he changed it again.
T is the letter. We have a pair of VIP Mountain Fest tickets and an overnight stay at the Hilton downtown Scranton, and that is Saturday, March 5th at Montage Mountain. Packages include all-day lift tickets and ski or snowboarding rental, Mountain Fest T-shirt, and much more. The concert features Spin Doctors and Verve Pipe with fireworks displays following the show, and you can ski, snowboard, or tube all day long as well. Tickets and VIP packages are available right now. You can go to momountain.com/mountainfest, and you can get your tickets, or do a little search on Montage. You'll be able to figure that out. So with that, here comes Pancake running in.
Thank you.
Hot off the presses.
There you go.
I was going to say we'll have fine blocks that will exhibit the extensive catalog of the various artists that made them. But now I can be a little more specific.
Okay.
Because I was in...
yes, while that is all true.
Yes.
You know.
Well, no, it
some
was...
details.
I tell the truth, baby.
Yeah.
Okay? So we've got Muse, we've got Red Hot Chili Peppers, and we've got Def Leppard.
Oh,
nice.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
as
played
our
some
workforce
Def
blocks.
Leppard earlier this morning.
What'd you play? What songs you play?
We played Pour Some
Cuckoo Cuckoo?
Sugar on Me.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't play Cuckoo Cuckoo. No.
Cuckoo Cuckoo is their best one from their album Cuckoo. But
the third track is Cuckoo.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. Well, the fans just call it Cuckoo.
Right.
And then that started a whole sneeze movement, and then the audience would sneeze. And I mean, it was just brilliant. I mean,
Sneeze movement.
They're good.
yeah. Well, I mean, you think Fish and the Dead have connections with their audience, not like the Cuckoos.
No. Incredible.
I mean, dude.
And they're down in appendage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Well, sometimes they even go just chew. I mean, that's like the total abbrev.
That's somebody who lives the life.
That's like when I got COVID and Greg Monahan said, dude, I heard you got the vid.
Right?
Yeah. It's like the chew.
It's like the chew.
Yeah, it's like the chew.
Only the deepest Def Leppard fans know that.
Yeah. This is the deep level that we are playing on today.
All right. Love
rock
it. Very exciting.
Rock on and rock on, or as the kids just say, on.
Playing with a full deck today.
Yeah.
The kids say that?
Yeah. Oh, the kids just say on.
Oh, okay.
They don't say rock on anymore.
Just on.
Yeah, on.
That's all there is
It's
to
on.
it.
Yeah. No, on, man. That was too much.
Yeah.
Okay, on.
All right. Let me thank our sponsors, if there's any left. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also by Acme. You can download the Acme app to see your all new deals, rewards, and perks today. Visit acmemarkets.com for details. Tomorrow on the show, comedian Bruce will be joining us. Cool. And we'll see what else we can get into. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the